Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me, please save.
Oh wow!
Well, howdy.
Welcome to the late night freedom stream, everybody. Jack, are you frozen there? Or are you? Oh shit! I think he's froze.
Oh,
Here, let's try to get him back in. We have a guest on tonight. Me and Jack have disagreed a bunch on Facebook.
yeah, I've been seeing his his post popping up every now and again on your account, and I was gonna ask you the other day about it, but it was like, let me pull up some of these posts.
They're pretty interesting. Yeah, we'll try to add him back in, but
yeah, could have been a phone die or something situation. But let me see. So he said he's been like sending us links onto the on your page. Here's to dive into on your Wednesday night talk. I'll go ahead and pull that up too, since it seems like somebody wants to talk about. But what happened to going live? Jacob Ferguson, how smart is it to have your CFO taking notes of hush money payments to Michael Cohen? Yeah, he's posting this stuff to your account, and I thought it was really weird. Like, it's just been happening.
Yeah.
MAGA, make America grift again.
Oh, look at the comments on that one.
Said the guy who shat on a hat in the woods. If that's not grifting, I don't know what is.
he laugh reacted at that, so that's kind of our relationship. He's like a shit stirrer.
Did he shit on a Trump hat in the middle of the woods?
Yeah, he said, and he shared the video. I mean, I don't think we can show it on here, but
we can't show a video of a guy shitting on a hat.
Like, you can't see it coming out of him. We could say it wasn't real shit, but yeah, I have seen a video of Jack Pike shitting on a MAGA hat in the woods.
MAGA scat porn or some shit.
Oh, well, we'll just go on with the normal show in the meantime till he comes back in. I messaged him on Facebook. He hasn't looked at it yet, so.
Two girls, one hat.
Oh, yeah. Me and Leighton were downtown yesterday I hope everybody went and checked out his video on 3D TV, or the show's called 3D TV. It's on his YouTube channel.
Yeah,
It's
pilot's
famous.
now. It's
So we went and we shot some stuff for the second episode yesterday downtown, and we were kind of fucking around on South Street. And there's Jack.
Yeah.
Okay. Back in here.
I don't know. Did I make it on now?
Yeah, you're a little choppy.
I was gonna say I tried my tablet and then back to my phone, so I don't know.
Yeah, the phone might be the best bet, I guess. It's a little laggy, but we'll make do. So I was kind of just like telling our viewers about our relationship, our internet relationship anyways, which has just been like us talking shit to each other about politics and kind of trolling one another.
Yep.
We were showing some of the stuff you tagged me in, which honestly I always get a kick out of it. I don't mind, to be quite frank.
Yep.
But you and I we have some mutual friends with being fans of the Staggaroos and
yep.
The Cheryls and all that.
Springfield music scene.
Yeah, more or less.
Yep.
And so I don't, this isn't going to be like some kind of organized debate or anything, but I kind of just wanted to kind of ask you some questions and get in your head a little bit, and see how genuine your enthusiasm for Biden is, because it's so bizarre to me to support him, obviously, but maybe you could give us your elevator pitch why you are such an avid supporter of Joe Biden.
Oh, I guess we're aligned on a lot of different subjects. I don't know. My mom had a minor in political science. I grew up at a lot of political parties and campaign offices and stuff like that most of my life. And so I guess I'm more for people that are for the working people and not giving tax cuts to the ultra rich. I guess social programs and stuff. I don't know. I just don't see the positivity in really anything that Trump does. I mean, I don't know why I should say anything nice about him. He doesn't say anything nice about anybody else. I definitely don't understand what's going on why he killed that border deal. He's not even the president, but he wants to run on that, I guess. So, and then now they say, well, that's the first thing we got to do. We can't do anything for Ukraine or Israel till we have a border deal, to protect our wide open borders with all the crime. And it's like just the numbers aren't there for the crime for illegal aliens or whatever. I mean, I think mostly they're trying to stay under the radar if they're over here. I mean, there is crime,
you say that, but there's been a lot of examples of illegal immigrants committing crimes recently. Of course, there was the Lake and Riley deal, and there was the big controversy because Marjorie Taylor Greene got Joe Biden to say her name, and but that is a perfect example of an illegal alien.
But I mean, that was a total stunt in itself, because she wasn't even supposed to be wearing any Trump shirts or anything like that. It's just all about getting her face in the media.
You mean Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's just
I kind of agree. It's disappointing how informal things are nowadays, but at the same time, I am a Marjorie Taylor Greene fan. I'm not even as far as women in politics go, she's pretty serious. I like her. She's very tenacious. She's like a wild animal, but she just doesn't get discouraged by people calling her names, and she really focuses on populist issues, I feel. Like the border, for example, kind of what we were talking about. Because I do think of illegal immigrants.
Why
being here
did
is a
she
problem.
support everybody that Trump wanted to run on it and not come to the most comprehensive border deal that they've had? I mean, that it was all the things the Republicans wanted till Trump said, I don't want that. You know, I just
Well,
don't understand it.
I don't remember that specifically, Jack. Could you maybe? I don't know. What you're saying that Trump shut down some kind of border deal that would have better secured the
Yeah,
border.
he didn't want the border deal.
What was the border deal?
And he got together with Mike Johnson, and he doesn't want with the funding for more agents, so when they can get the court cases through faster. I mean, it was just a huge package of all the stuff they'd been wanting, you know. And I guess there was some money that, whether Joe Biden wanted it or not, there was going to be more funding to extend the wall further than what it is. But as far as everything goes behind it, and like I said, setting it up where they can get the court cases quicker, you know, and have people to represent them and stuff like that. It's funny to me, like even here close to here in Arkansas and stuff, when they have illegals come and work at these turkey plants, well, they round them all up, but you don't ever see any of the people that, you know, owned that plant or hired them go to jail. It's kind of the same thing. This will be on another subject, but we have our problem with fentanyl and Oxycontin and all this stuff. So I have friends that, you know, have been prescribed Oxycontin at one time, which they knew wasn't supposed to be long term, and it was very addictive, but there was a lot of money behind it. But
you
none of
realize
these doctors,
fentanyl's coming from the southern border, like
but it's coming through access points. It's not running across like they want you to think it is. It's probably Americans coming down there and getting it and then driving it through entry points. It's not crossing over the border as they'd have you think, running over some razor wire or jumping the fence.
Coyotes
That is not
100% will strap drugs to people when they cross the border as like payment to get help to cross the border.
I think they make most of their money off bringing people over and trying to get them over. I don't.
They're cartels as well, though. So
fantasy that cartel and people do, but the bulk of what's coming through comes through an entry point in a car, not, like I say, running across with people.
Right. Well,
You know
I mean, yes. Yeah.
But here's another thing for you. Like I said, you would never see a doctor locally that I know that had friends that prescribed this and knew it and had them on a pain clinic. You will never see them be charged. They knew what they were doing, you know, and now it's a huge problem. And I have friends, yes, they turned to fentanyl. They're fentanyl seekers, you know, they were Oxycontin, but it's like chasing the dragon, going to a whole nother level. But my thing is, this is another thing about Trump. He can say all this stuff and people need to be executed and all the bullshit that he comes up with.
Who did he say should be executed? That's kind of who?
But
that's a big claim. He's saying people smuggling drugs across the border.
You've never heard him say that these drug dealers or whatever should be executed? You better look that up.
Well, I don't disagree necessarily. I mean, that would discourage them from coming across. I just haven't heard him say it.
Let me look it up real quick.
I think that's totally reasonable.
I mean, I don't believe in that. I mean, seeing how that, I mean, could we agree that the White House was a pill mill and that they were giving out drugs to all these people and they were doing the
I mean, Big Pharma is a fucking issue.
And they did like, what is it? The drug, the ketamine. I mean, it was a bucket list of shit they were doing. It's obvious that he does Adderall and everything else. And totally everything he says is projection. I learned this from my mom being a psychologist.
Wait, hold up. You're moving too quick here. There's too much stuff. You're saying you think Trump does Adderall? Is that what I'm hearing?
you haven't seen the reports on the drugs that were given out in the White House?
Oh,
I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah. Like journalists, everybody's on fucking Adderall.
Yeah.
That's kind of in politics and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
What about the cocaine in the White House?
You mean the ones that they're trying to say that was Hunter Biden's that nobody claimed, or?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
like I said, where? So do you believe that there was all the drugs in the White House when Trump was in there, that it was a pill mill, right? That me and you were paying for?
The administration, right? You're saying the people, like the bureaucrats that run that place, that institution, are on drugs?
Trump in the White House was giving it out to many of people that were coming into the White House.
You're telling me Trump was distributing drugs to his administration?
Are we going to have to look up the report on that while somebody's got their tablet ready too?
Yeah, Leighton is the producer. He can look that stuff up. He had another clip, but we kind of know we're on to something else now.
White House staff?
Yeah, that's a crazy claim to me. I've never even heard that one from like the major
So this is
liberal institutions.
Well, there's a list. I mean, it's an actual list of the drugs that were ordered at the White House, and it claims that they were giving them out to people without any symptoms or anything else.
Do you think doing drugs is wrong?
I'm not saying doing drugs is wrong. I'm saying that if you're going to be hypocritical and if you're going to try to, anything that he says is what he's doing.
Well,
my mom
doing prescription pills that are prescribed to you is not immoral. Smuggling drugs illegally across the border into a country that you're not a citizenship of is so way different. You know,
so doing drugs that aren't legally prescribed to you in the White House is okay, but street drugs, no.
I'm saying drugs that are legally prescribed to you. Like, I don't have an aversion about doing drugs in general. Like, if you want to recreationally do drugs and you're not bothering anybody else, I don't give a shit. But if like I'm saying,
addict, so I mean, I've done, a lot of alcohol and I've done some drugs, but
I'm an ex-alcoholic. I still smoke a bunch of weed. I'm not
downing him for that. But when you're going to say that Joe Biden's high as fuck because he's not Sleepy Joe, that he could get through a State of the Union, and you have to say he's on drugs. Did you see Biden sniffling around or anything like Trump does? I mean, it's a known fact that these drugs were in the White House. Doesn't matter if you believe that they're illegal or doing drugs or whatever.
It's like there's drugs. Like, I don't know. What did you find, Leighton? Could you find the list he was talking about?
Well, I found that a Rolling Stone article. I see that there's different articles regarding this.
Yeah, Rolling Stone.
There's a log from the government of what they give out if it was paid for.
What did that say?
This says that the White House clinic and properly distributed controlled substances during previous administration. Including the Trump administration.
It's a lot more than that. It breaks it down for all the drugs that were on there.
I heard that
and if they were paid for
the unit also kept record for Schedule 2 drugs such as fentanyl, hydrocodone, morphine, and oxycodone.
Yeah, there was more than that on the list. There was quite a bit on that list.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to find the list. Finding government articles are.
I want to move off of this a little bit because I don't know too much about it, but like this, it's crazy to me to it's like we're living in parallel dimensions because you say, Trump is kind of doesn't look like he knows what he's doing. And then Joe Biden, when he gets up on stage, is very impressive, where I'm literally seeing the opposite, man. Like I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing Joe Biden bump into stages and not know which direction to go when he gets off stage. And then I see Trump cracking jokes and being legitimately charismatic, where half the time you have to decode what Joe Biden is saying because it's so jumbled and he can hardly read a teleprompter. He can hardly read a teleprompter, dude.
Okay. Well, what would you say about the confusion that Trump has of thinking he's running against Obama or
Well, a lot of people think that Joe Biden is being controlled by somebody because it's obvious that his mental decline is so severe that there's no way that he's actually making any legitimate decisions. Like, it's very obvious that somebody else is in control. So a lot of people have theorized about Obama. It's pretty common on the right, even. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump had mentioned it in passing.
I'm sure they do talk amongst them, saying how he was his vice, but I don't think
Right.
he's in office. And I think that Joe's got enough people in his cabinet. And what kind of turnover has Joe Biden had in his administration, his cabinet?
Well, he did have that one guy that got fired. The guy that liked to dress like a BDSM dog, because he got caught stealing women's luggage.
Oh yeah, Sam Brinton.
Sam Brinton. That guy was in his administration and made, the United States administration of the White House just look like a bunch of fucking idiots. And then he's hired a bunch of diversity hires that are not very what was the defense one was a trans woman. Which one was a trans woman, Leighton?
I think a lot of the people in our military are trans women, at least in the leader of the administration. Trans.
How many indictments so far? Is anybody in Joe Biden's corner? How many indictments have there been so far?
Well, that Sam Solik guy got indicted for stealing that luggage at the airport, which I think is.
Yeah, they picked one of them, Rachel Levine, as the assistant health secretary.
It's not an impressive cabinet, is my point. Shit, can you show that person on screen, Leighton?
Yeah.
Can we get that? That's our Minister of Defense. What is it?
It's the health assistant secretary.
This person's going to tell us how to be healthy. Great. They look both physically and mentally healthy.
I think he's transportation in the cabinet. I'm not sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see.
Pete Buttigieg. So he's not worthy because he's gay or what?
Oh, I think
he's just not very good at his job. I don't think, man.
I think the same doctor became it says here that Dr. Rachel Levine becomes nation's first transgender 4-star officer.
Yeah, I mean, that person clearly got hired because of their identity and not because of merit. That's fucking insane.
So are they a cop?
Well, you're saying affirmative action.
Yes. Yeah, precisely. They call it DEI now. Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So wait, does that mean they're a cop if they're...
No.
Oh,
4-star general.
Could you imagine being pulled over by them?
But can you pull up the Sam Brinton guy?
Yeah, Sam Brinton. That was a really interesting story to see. I remember watching videos. Here they are.
Will you look up what they actually got charged with, please?
Well, here's the dress they stole. Remember, yeah, that was the actual dress that they found that was stolen. I think that's how they found it, was through that picture. But what was it? The Sam Brinton charges?
Yeah, what he actually got charged for.
This is the guy. This is the Department of Energy, by the way. This is the person running your nuclear power plants and stuff.
Love that.
Yeah, let's see.
That's fine. We don't have to look it up, and I don't want to just
I'm pretty sure it was just theft. I don't think it's gonna be a sex crime or anything.
But you're alluding to Trump's indictments, I suppose, by kind of saying that.
Yeah, and lots of people in his cabinet. And look at the turnover they had. And now, I don't know. I was watching Meet the Press today, and it's who that. It's been involved with him, been in his cabinet. Who would endorse him now? I mean, it's definitely not his vice, right? I guess.
Well, I mean, yeah, Mike Pence ended up becoming kind of an opponent of his, in a way.
Because he wouldn't go with because he certified the election like he had to.
I'm gonna just come right out and be honest with you. I think the election was stolen. I really do.
Well, there hasn't. So probably right up there with Mike Lindell. And
I mean, I've never met him. I don't listen to him either.
no,
but
but I
like,
mean, I don't know, denying that the election is, trying to say the election's rigged or stolen is just.
Hillary Clinton did it. Hillary Clinton did it in 2016.
Yeah, she said the exact same stuff. Said it was Russian super hackers.
And you know what? That my friend said, and she left her poor people up all night and waited till the next morning to concede. I'm still waiting for Trump. I'm still waiting for Trump to concede. So,
well,
if you say it's stolen, but all these people that he appointed that were Republicans,
they're part of the establishment, dude.
Bill Barr said no. I don't know. I think Bill Barr, with the investigation and everything, really condensed it down and tried to make it was like it was nothing. But I mean, eventually, even for Bill Barr, it was too far to go. He knew the election wasn't stolen. He had to say, "I'm out."
Well, and
it's just I watched Mitch McConnell today on Meet the Press. Right after J6, enough, I'm out. Lindsey Graham, all of them.
I'm not
so fucking scared.
Dude, they're rhinos.
They're so scared that he's going to tweet about them or do something. Bullshit. You're not going to sit here and gaslight me with a bunch of that crap.
Wait, with what? No, I just said Mitch McConnell's a rhino. He sucks. He's like he might as well be a liberal that calls himself a Republican.
It's like
yeah, it's Republican in name only. Rhino, like Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney, right. Like even George Bush, kind of dude. Like all these neocons. Like let's see. There's a lot of them. There really are. The Speaker of the House right now. The old Speaker of the House was one.
Mike Johnson.
Yeah.
Mike Johnson is a total Trump puppet. I mean, what are these people doing at Mar-a-Lago? He's not even the president.
Dude, Mike Johnson was like on board with sending more money to Ukraine and Israel. So it's like, I'm totally against that. I'd be interested to hear.
Why are you against that? We're getting rid of our old military reserve, out-of-date stuff. There's American manufacturing putting it. And so I don't know. Have you know anything about Russia and us funding bin Laden to fight against them, and then how'd that end up? Then we were fighting against them, right?
Right.
We ended up fighting against bin Laden.
Well, we used him as a fall guy.
We deal with Russia right now with the Ukraine. Ukraine will give them the military backing to fight off Russia from taking them over, maybe pushing over into other countries.
Well, Putin's explicitly said that he's not.
We're not sending them. We're not sending them unchecked money. We're not sending them a blank check. We're sending them arms.
But dude, here's the thing with
where are they going to cash them in? You think they're going to cash them in? They're going to sell them arms to somebody else and go ahead and let Russia take them over? Come on, man. You got to make sense here.
You're telling me you don't believe Ukraine to be a corrupt government? Because it is.
More corrupt than Russia?
Well, it's not as big as Russia.
Should we go back to the perfect phone call?
Forget all of that.
Bring me some dirt.
Hear me out.
Bring me some dirt.
Jack, hear me out, dude. Forget all that. Ukraine, okay. Russia is going to win that war. It's not because I want them to or anything. It's because they're the big one and Ukraine is the small one.
I mean, Russia has nukes too.
You were just talking about how much you like Marjorie Green.
I do like Marjorie Green.
Fucking Russia. She's totally for fucking Russia. Don't sit here and tell me she's not.
I will, because that's crazy. What American is going to be like?
What's crazy is the stuff you're supporting.
I don't
totally. Everything you support totally defies logic. Look at all these charges Trump has got against him, and they're all fake. Every bit of them are fake.
He didn't do any of this shit. What, dude?
He goes on TV and he tells on himself. He sits there in interviews and says that he has these documents and he wasn't going to give them back because some of his stuff was in there. Well, he doesn't know what they took. They may have planted something in it.
Why do you? What did
Well,
Marley?
Joe Biden had documents. Mike
Bro,
Pence had documents,
we're
but
not
they
having a
fucking gave them
conversation.
back. It's ridiculous. Dude, can we agree on anything? I had a list of some stuff here. Where are
Okay.
you with the assault rifle? Where are you with the assault rifles? Would you be
Oh.
for a gun ban, a ban on assault rifles, or no?
Well, we can't own assault rifles, so I would say no.
What do you mean you can't?
I'm already
assault
good.
rifle? Are we going to split the hair on
Okay.
ARs and what
Yes,
the name
yes,
of it
we
is
are.
and what
Yes,
they
we
do?
are. Because what is it then? Can we have semi-automatic rifles with a 10-round magazine? Can we have semi-automatic pistols?
With
Like,
a
where
bump
does it?
stop. Biggs, I know guns.
Trump outlawed
I'm
the
not
bump
gonna go
stock,
there.
bro. Trump outlawed the bump stock. You are for gun reform, Jack? Are you?
Am I? I'm for a gun ban. Yes.
A
On
gun
assault
ban?
You split the
What?
hairs. You can
Bro.
split the hairs on what you call them or how
No,
they
dude.
operate.
Most
But
violent
that
crime is
style
from
of weapon-
pistols.
Let me take you back. Let me take you back to before you were born. You know about the Reagan being shot and the Brady bill and all that and the gun ban, right? For assault style rifles. So are we going to talk about big round clips, bun stocks, folding stocks? It doesn't matter. That is not a deer rifle. I'll say that.
Well, I think with assault rifles, if you
So the gun
reason
ban
why-
worked before. After the Brady bill, the gun ban worked. And then now, since we've lifted it and it come back in, right back where we were, we're worse than where we were. Mass shootings, I'm saying.
No.
Yes, there's a lot of,
Wait,
I
Jack,
don't believe in
Jack,
carrying handguns.
Leighton hasn't got a chance to participate in the conversation much. Let's hear
Now
what he's got to
listen.
say.
Okay. The
Okay.
the gun violence is not because of guns. It's because of people's mental illnesses. It's because these people are going unchecked. Their parents are not looking after them. We've seen how fucking shitty the Columbine shooter parents were, and I'm sure that's a statistic for everyone who commits these mass shootings. And of course, obviously, it's a statistic that all these mass shooters are incredibly mentally insane. I'm not saying we should just give like a semi-automatic rifle to anyone, but the moment that you ban rifles like that, you are letting the government have power over you. Okay. The whole reason why we have the First Amendment is so we have a power over our government.
What do you mean the
So
Second
in the
Amendment?
case that our government goes into tyranny,
Which
we can
amendment are
fight
we
back.
on?
Yeah, second.
Freedom of speech or
Well, the second one secures the first one.
yeah. Well, I always tell my friends that conservative, they're always saying that these weak liberals are going to be pushed over, and it's the whole it's going to come down, it's going to pop off. I said, do me a favor, come by this bleeding heart liberal ass's house and shoot me first, because that's the world I don't want to live in. If I got to protect my shit with arms, then I don't fucking want to live in this world.
Oh, come on,
No,
man.
I
It'd
say
be kind of
that.
fun. It'd be kind of fun. It'd be apocalypse mode. You're not ready for the boogaloo?
Yeah.
I
We need
say
you,
that, but
Jack.
everyone.
Yeah, I'm
We need
building
to-
my bug out. I'm
we
building
need
my
to get
bug out
you-
vehicle,
yes.
and I got 10 years
Let's
worth
go.
of food and water. And
Let's
yeah,
go.
no, I'm
we
not prepared.
we got to get you an
I'm not prepared for
AR-15, take you to the shooting range, get you a 100-round drum magazine, get you ready to protect your stockpile of food.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think anyone that says that the end of the world is going to happen real soon are just freaking doom scrolling doomers. That
Well, and a civil
like,
yeah,
I mean-
I'm not doing this. And I've been a hunter, and I have some guns. I know better when I was you guys' age. As crazy as I was, yeah, I would have shot somebody, and I knew that. If I leave the house with this gun, I
yeah,
would
that's why we
fucking shoot.
shouldn't give like underage people fucking assault rifles and like 99 guns. Like I understand those regulations, but I mean, just
Who was
outright
it?
banning an
Was it,
entire weapon is like kind of silly. Like obviously tanks, you know.
Kyle Reinhouse, was he the one that
Kyle
shot in
Rittenhouse.
left Illinois? And yeah, I think his mom or some of those people probably really let him down. But
That
I
was
don't know. The whole
I think what he did was totally justified. I mean, it was justified in a court of law, but like, and even the like the dudes who got, or I don't know why I air quoted dudes, but the guys who he,
got shot.
yeah, like
Shot.
one of them was and the left like tried to defend him for a long time. It's just like, dude, he played a stupid game and won a stupid prize, and he was a bad person, and the world's better off without him. You know, he's a kid.
They all played
I agree.
stupid fucking games. He shouldn't have been over thinking he was defending somebody's property that has nothing to do with him.
It was a job.
Like I said, that's me. If I was his agent, I left the house with a gun. Something stupid like that would happen.
Well, I would say if you are a responsible gun owner and you decide to carry a firearm, you should avoid conflict. Like more so.
Yeah.
Like if
it's just
like I'm not gonna get into a street fight or anything when I have my gun on me. I'm not gonna instigate anything. You know, I'd be more likely to go looking for trouble with unarmed. Like if I have a firearm on me, like I'm acting like a fucking, like I'm minding my P's and Q's, because like even in the court of law, if I defend myself with my gun, you know, and there's, even if it's a justified shooting, you know, the loopholes and like the amount of money it's going to take to defend yourself, and like you don't want to be in that situation. But if there's an active shooter or something, it's you'd be happy that somebody around that was, you know, cared about other human beings had a firearm.
More often than not, it's not the hero guy that saves that. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
Well, they pick soft targets. That's a big thing with we could talk about.
I mean, the church shooting in Texas, the guy happened to be a neighbor, and he was you know, skilled in like maybe police training, or you know, he was into firearms and shooting range, and I think maybe training people to get their concealed carry or whatever. I mean, that's one of the ones I can think of.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to be anecdotal, you know, I could bring up the trans shooter that went and shot a bunch of Christian little kids last year. So, yeah, people who shoot other people that they don't know because they have fucking hate in their heart are bad people. We can both agree on that. You know, and the shootings have become such a political topic, but honestly, man, I like with this, like it's like the most, as far as I can tell, like these shooters, even in their manifestos and their little schematics, they go for places where they're not going to be met with resistance. They want to catch as many bodies as they can and go out in a blaze of glory and be remembered as some iconic shooter that incels on the internet worship. You know,
they're beta males. Like
they don't go and try to see how many cops they can kill at the police station, because that would be challenging. That would actually be hard. So these places that are well armed, like banks, nobody goes and shoots up a bank. Why? Because there's armed guards. And I think the argument that like having armed resource officers, like children are more precious than money. Let's protect kids with like armed cops in schools. You know, that would fix a lot of this overnight if there was just one in every school in the nation. Most of them have them now.
Even with our teachers, though, like they want, you know, they say we want to arm these teachers to make it safer. But I'm thinking, who's going to pay for that? I mean, they're already paying for, like, I had some teachers from SPS that were special needs packing my bags for my homeless people. And I try to get all the stuff to put in there. You know, I bring them the spoons, the chips, everything. But like, I wouldn't have a snack, and they would go out and buy, I mean, like they were cheap cookies, but go out and buy out of their part these cookies. And I'm like, no, I don't want you guys funding these sack lunches. You know, I mean, you've already not getting much of a wage.
Well,
And,
go ahead and will you just tell us and our audience more about your organization? Because that's actually, you and my buddy Clayton had an interaction on Facebook, because Clayton made some trolly ass posts saying he liked to yell at homeless people out the window of his truck. You guys kind of got into it. And
Yeah.
I realized it was because you kind of have a heart for the homeless. So where Clayton does not.
My mom, not only was she pretty political involved, she was had a degree in psychology and worked for probation and parole for many years to run the Springfield Children's Home here, which is now called Great Circle. She worked with battered women's shelter, did counseling for them, and CASA, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I'm compassionate, but I'm a cook. I'm not a psychologist. So I thought in her name, after she passed from Alzheimer's, I was already kind of volunteering and feeding some of the homeless. So I started What Would Janice Do? In her memory, it was kind of like a play on What Would Jesus Do? But then my partners didn't really want to have it be anything to do with religion, but it is What Would Janice Do? I think she would feed people or help if she could.
Was she a Christian?
She'd been she taught Sunday school when she was young and grew up in church. And then I guess during college at SMSU, which is now MSU, I think she kind of like started thinking about the Darwin theory and different things. And I think still believed in a higher power and kind of Christianity, but I think she thought doing good or helping people when you can. My mom went to, she was a military kid, and she went to like 25 different elementaries, I think. She wanted to have, friends, but you can't really build relationships. Like my girlfriend, she moved around with her dad was in national parks, cop and stuff like that. You can't really make friends with anybody, as you're moving around. My mom had like imaginary friends. So my parents were divorced. She didn't want to move us. We went to the same schools around. I went to Roundtree, Jarrett, and Parkview. She said she would not move us around like that. So anyway, I don't know. She liked to help people, and I thought I had a pretty good life with her and my dad being a good provider. That I used to be jealous of my mom's time because she worked so much at the Springfield Children's Home, and she would bring home kids on holidays because she said they'd be sitting out on the steps when she's leaving, and she knew their parents were never going to show up. There was two black kids that my mom used to bring home, and when we were young, and after she had passed, I'd been wondering what was going on with them, and I come and go one day, and I saw Bobby Two Rod, one of the boys there, and he didn't know that mom had passed, and we just got to talking and everything. And I thought, well, here I was wondering about him, put him right in my path, but my friends used to tease me and say, that, what's up with those black kids or whatever. And I said, well, they're my brothers,
Are they about the same age as you, or younger?
About the same age, so and my mom, another thing about my mom, when I was young, up where T-Bar and Bites is now, well, my dad had the gas station that was next to Ott's Pasta, now an Art Place or whatever. It used to be a Sinclair gas station. And my mom was a social worker early on, like working at DFS downtown. But then she switched jobs with my aunt, and my mom started working for reproductive health, which is like Planned Parenthood or whatever.
Right.
And so I got a lot of flack because my parents were divorced, and not many kids' parents were divorced. Plus, some people knew that my mom worked for Planned Parenthood or reproductive health, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And that was back when they were trying to like shoot people here and bombings. And I went to St. Louis with my mom's boss, and they had total, like, protection and detail and stuff, because people trying to get at them, and people were, always down me because they were Christians. And, here's my mom's working for this abortion clinic, which I said, it's really not. She's a counselor to try to counsel you. And are you going to put this kid up for adoption? What are you going to do? This, that, and the other. And when my mom died and everybody talking, and my sister, I don't know, gave a story at her celebration of life and said, no, as my mom had said that before too. And I say it, nobody believes in abortion. I don't believe in abortion. I just don't believe that I can tell somebody else what to do with their body. I think I was arguing with one of your friends on there, something about abortion. And,
Well,
basically,
I have to counter that, because aren't you kind of telling the unborn child to get fucked with their whole entire existence? Like that's kind of like doing something to somebody's body without consent.
like I say, I don't believe I can tell a woman what to do with her body because I don't have a vagina. Yes, she couldn't make a child without my help.
Right. This is true.
But I think my mom, well, I know this is the rest of the story I'm starting to
Okay, go
tell,
ahead.
as my mom worked at the children's home with a lot of, and now I've learned it from working with the homeless and sitting in camps and listening to people's stories, how they became where they're at or what happened. And some of it's pretty hard to listen to. You don't want to hear it. Unfortunately, my mom was pretty good at working with sex offenders or people that have been abused. And so I've had to hear these stories growing up. My mom left probation and parole for a while to go into private practice because all they were sending her was sex offenders, and it was getting her down. So that's what
Right.
people referred her to when she went into private practice. So I would say, how do you treat these people like you do or talk to them after they've done these horrible things? And she said, if I figured out who I was mad at, I'd have to dig up a lot of bodies. Just a lot of things she said to me when I was younger didn't sink in until I was older and living some of these experiences. It does carry on. People doesn't think that it does, and you'd think if you had that done to you and it was bad, you wouldn't want to do it to somebody else. But unfortunately, that's what happens,
There is a nuance with this topic. We've got into it a little bit on this show before where, yes, most sexual abusers were sexually abused.
Yes.
But on the other hand, most people who were sexually abused do not molest somebody or rape somebody. So at the end of the day, I think individual responsibility and like culpability for the individual still is very important, because a large population of United States and just everywhere, like there's child molesters everywhere. It's an unfortunate reality of life. We all know or have been molested. Like we know people who have been molested. Like so many people get molested. It's unreal. And yet they don't go on to molest somebody else, So I think we still do need to hold people accountable. But at the same time, I think people who are sick and people who like murderers, rapists, like the worst kinds of criminals you could think of, those people still are human beings. Like a lot of times with a lot of crimes, I believe like you should get the death sentence. I do believe in the death sentence. But if these people aren't going to get the death sentence, they shouldn't be like we shouldn't send them back out into society. Like if you murder somebody or you rape somebody, you should not get back out into society. But I do think that they are human beings with souls and deserve like maybe some fucking counseling or something, try to help them figure out the state of their being and why, because people can change, but the unfortunate reality is with like violent offenders and like sex offenders, lots of times they don't change. So,
My mom always said that thieves and sex offenders, there's no reform. I mean, if you don't keep an eye on them, I mean, they are going to be doing it. And I
that's
do
right.
know that a lot of sex offenders, it seemed like if my mom wasn't watching, they would go to another state and go to like revivals and stuff, and they would be up, up to something. So, and then not just church, I mean, I'm saying that in revival, but
Well, around here, that
anyway,
makes sense. Like predators are going to go to the places where there are kids. Like they're going to try to become Boy Scout leaders. They're going to try to get involved in youth groups. They're going to go where the kids are at because they're sick.
And the sad part is, even when my mom was there at probation, it's changed a lot. Just like liquor control or anything else, it's so underfunded. Then they give you such a caseload that you can't get out and check on people. I made my mom quit. She was already pretty successful as far as like having rental houses and stuff like that, investing her money. But she got this letter, and I didn't know the guy was already in prison, and he was threatening her and pretty graphic, and she always says, well, I don't list my number or my address or anything. And I was like, Mom, you work in an office on Campbell Street. You check in with your clients there. They're not totally fucking stupid. They know they can hang out, find out where your vehicle is, follow you home. Well, some guy did try to like get in her basement window, was trying to pry it in. And she was like naive, thinking it was like a cable worker or something. Well, the guy was trying to get in the house. This other guy had abused his parents that were elderly. She had him sent back to prison. So he's basically saying, he's going to kill her. And I just said,
holy shit.
She was getting Alzheimer's already. They're switching over to computer stuff. It's embarrassing for her. She's like me. I mean, I'm learning disability dyslexic. I'm not really tech savvy. I don't spell well. No punctuation. I can't punctuate anything, run on sentences. But so I said, I think it's time for you to go ahead and retire, which made her not have to learn all that uncomfortable electronic stuff, and kind of kept her safe. But I don't know. I think we definitely do need more mental health. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I mean, we're going to keep having this problem if we don't. I have friends now. I have a friend that's a drug addict, heroin addict, and I've wanted to try to get her, checked in somewhere. Well, you can go to Cox and they'll like treat you or something. Even Mercy doesn't really they have like a psychiatric ward, but they don't have drug treatment anymore, So if this person was go to the hospital, I could take her up there because she had an infection or a blowout or something. But as far as getting in getting some treatment or something, she couldn't do it, even though she's on Medicaid, so she'd have money. It's just so hard to get a bed,
She'd have to go to some kind of inpatient rehab or something, which is very expensive.
Yeah, it'd be paid for through Medicaid, but it's just so hard to get in anywhere. There's just not that many beds. My mom was really into damn it, what is the name? Now it's gone. It's been taken over by Burl, I think. But anyway, my uncle was a drug counselor, and then my mom and probation parole. My grandma passed. They got money, and they put a wing on this. Oh, it's off Mount Vernon and by the Boys Club, the treatment center over there. But they literally went bankrupt because they would take people whether they had insurance or not. And when I went through treatment at 18 at Turning Point, I had my dad's railroad insurance, but they would take people in a free bed and detox them. About that time, somebody coming in with insurance, I'd have to kick them out. I was there 32 days. But
is Turning Point still a thing?
I think it is. I have a friend that works at the mental part down there at Lakeland, but I think Turning Point still is. Yeah, I have my mug somewhere.
What was your DOC, dude?
DOC? What do you mean?
Drug of choice.
Oh, drug of choice. No, I was an alcoholic. I mean, I I say I did drugs. I mean, I would do mushrooms and LSD and stuff, but I'd never tried methamphetamine, never tried cocaine, never any of the GHB.
Right.
I was just made really bad decisions drinking in 38. I'd had like a couple of years sober at a time, and I would think, well, I've been sober for 2 years. I got control over it.
Uh-huh.
I'd been downtown on my motorcycle and was it Patton Alley, I think, and it was probably before it was that Renegades, and I'd been drinking the near beers or whatever, or non-alcoholic, and they ran out, and I said, "Oh, just give me one of those tall boys." And then
Oh boy.
it was less than a week later, I was downtown whiskey drunk and got a DWI, and I'd almost been 2 years of the day that I'd been sober after a car wreck in '98. And then I got a DWI right before I was getting ready to leave to Sturgis the last time I went. And
Oh damn.
Didn't even enjoy the trip because I was so freaked out. I'm going to lose my license for a year and pay all this money. And so I just make really bad decisions. Even if I would took a Uber, which I wasn't that guy, I still would have done something stupid, so.
Well, I relate with you there, man. I have, I'm 26. I'll be 27 at the beginning of next month, and I have 2 DUIs already. And I'm not even 30 yet, and I've quit drinking for like a year at a time, and then done the same shit where I was like, oh, I've got it figured out. I can have a drink, and then I'll start with like a glass of wine, then it's a couple beers, then it's a 6-pack, then it's a 12-pack, then it's a fucking pint, then it's a 5th, and it's just like it just always escalates.
It's
so
the same
fast.
with
I
weed.
just can't believe how I was sober for almost 2 years and it was full throttle. It started with one beer, and then I was just hammered ass. Well, I'd went to Midnight Rodeo one night on my motorcycle, and there was a friend of mine. She kept wanting to ride with me, and my fucking throttle cable broke. It would have been a nightmare if she got on there. I was just riding like an idiot, so I had to like put my hand in between the cylinders and pull the carburetor with my finger.
Oh, damn.
Luckily to get home. And then, like I said, I was back down there hammered ass drunk, and I thought I could run. I was right in front of Patton Alley when they pulled me over, and I was like, fuck, but I thought I'm going to cut my leg off, or it's just ridiculous, and like I said, almost 2 years of the day that I quit from the bad car wreck, and then boom, I'm right back at it. I was full throttle.
Oh, man.
It's like chasing the dragon, I was like, I wouldn't drink till like 11 at night because I didn't want to be an asshole or get kicked out of the bar. But fuck, I could get drunk in 30 minutes, I could pour it on in 30 fucking minutes and be ignorant. So.
Yeah. No, I remember you heckling me at Joe's Gathering place a couple years ago. I don't know if you were drinking. You'd probably heckle me either way, but.
No, I haven't drank. March 19th was 20 years for me, so.
Oh, holy shit. It was actually really funny. I had like had this progression that I played. Like I hadn't played that much. I never really performed it. And I showed up and I was like, I haven't played this before, so bear with me. And I played it and I got done. And I got a little applause. And I just hear your ass in the back of the room like, yeah, I could tell you hadn't played it before. I'm like, God damn it.
Oh, yeah. I like to fuck with. I was the head heckler out there, but.
Yeah, you still go out there, Joe's. I like that open mic.
I go every once in a while. I'd gotten so busy with feeding the homeless, and then I don't know, a bunch of health issues, and I couldn't ever really get to the doctor or keep an appointment. And then, of course, the sheriff wanted to burn out all these camps and tents, so I like to go on the more north side. East and west, because there's so many meals downtown. But then it's like I'm just driving around and would have to give up and end up going downtown anyway to give it out, where people had already been eating themselves stupid. So I like to go through the camp.
Do you work a 9 to 5?
No, nope. So, I just haul a little scrap and repair some things, sell some things here and there. Hadn't been great, when I was doing the 501c nonprofit. A lot of it was donations, and I was getting to where I was the food part was covered, and I had some friends donating like gas money and stuff. But basically, I was spending about 80 hours a week working my ass off, and people were like, some of my homeless friends, I said, I had one of them asked me for $5 or something, and I said, man, shit, I'm lucky to buy myself a tea or, have any gas money anymore. But I want to get back to, live music. I used to go out. Well, on the weekends, I'd probably go to like 3 shows a day and maybe ride the Lake of the Ozarks or my scooter's been down. It went down when I was too busy feeding the homeless and got water and the gas. And I don't know. Music just made me happy to get involved and,
It
maybe
makes me
drive
happy too.
people to gigs and
That is the
stuff like
nice
that.
thing about music is so unifying. I mean, it's like why me
Yeah.
and you know each other more or less, and I think that is one of the most like it's just such a good outlet to just to have a little escape from normal life. How does the operation work though? Like the non for profit, like you feed homeless people. Is there like you don't have to say the location unless you want to, but is there like a place? Do the homeless people meet you at like a certain place at a certain time on a certain day, or how does your operation work?
Well, I started. Um, I met some people probably through music that were feeding out of a church at Broadway United Methodist on Mount Vernon and Bennett, I think. I just stopped by to see how they were doing their operation, and none of them were really food people. And at that point, they were just doing like cold cuts and peanut butter and jelly. First, they were just feeding on the parking lot, and then they got to where they were going to Gathering Tree downtown, which is part of Eden Village, or they had a little place down there where you could maybe get showers, do laundry, maybe get something to eat, get on computers, stuff like that. So Good to Go got a trailer, and they were going to Fairview, which is across from the fairgrounds, and then going to Eden Village. And so anyway, they're making all these sandwiches, and nobody really has a food background. And I said, I really want to do hot meals, So I had a meat slicer and all these restaurant stuff when I had a food truck. And so I took them from, I don't know, like 100 and something sandwiches up to like 300 and something, maybe more. And so then there was some activity downtown, and out at the Fairview, there'd be a lot of drug dealing, and some people shot at each other downtown. And I didn't want to be discouraged. I was like, well, sure, they're shooting at each other because they're, into it over drugs or something gone bad. But I said, I don't think they want to shoot people that are feeding them. I mean, I'd had some, but anyway, the gal there said, I want you to just be on the trailer and for people to know that you're there for them. And I'm like, this shitty face and, attitude as a person, but they got to get to know you and trust you, So I met people from there. And then I started after that. Yeah, that church was shutting down. That was coming to an end. And I was looking for somebody to get in with. And Marty Knauer, a friend of mine, I started doing some meals with her at Vets Center downtown. I didn't really like it because they're kind of religious based, and which was fine. But my friend that would do the meal would have to do a prayer, but she did like this Muppet song and she would sing it, and it was just the Church of Love and Happiness or something. But then they got us in the back and they wanted to like do another little sermon. And then they wanted like our information of where we lived. And they even asked for somebody's receipts from their food so they could like write them off. And I was just like, this isn't going. So somehow, I went with Marty Knauer again to serve a meal at Connecting Grounds that had started on Commercial behind the old Brown Derby there at National, and served a couple of meals. And then I thought I'll take some clothes in their winter clothes to their clothing bank. And I'd met the pastor and her husband separately. I never did connect them. The husband was running the clothing bank. And then I thought, well, I do barbecue. It was during when COVID first started. So I was going to do this barbecue with some of the people I knew, like 6 people. And then because of COVID, all but 3 backed out. So I do all this barbecue at the church I'm familiar in, but then I got to put it in to-go boxes and got to transfer it over to commercial where they're waiting when I'm pretty much late. Marty Knauer loads up 3 loads of barbecue in her little SUV and drives it over and back. And then so I just kept kind of going back. And then everybody, the neighbors and there got up over the arms because people were hanging out there overnight and everything. It wasn't supposed to be a shelter. It was just a church, some feedings and stuff. So the neighbors got up, got them kicked out of there. They were able to get a building donated to them on West Chestnut. Well, 2 buildings. They gave like $1 to the Church of Disciples. And so they had a foster center and a church that was in really bad shape. So we thrashed the foster center together so they could do reorganizations with people that lost their children, you know, probably because of homelessness or drugs or whatever, where they could visit with them. So we got that together. The place hadn't had anything done in a couple of years, and I'd just met the Loves. They didn't know who I was. And so I don't really like to do projects where I'm working with other people, but I was going to come and clean the property up. And I talked to Bob, and it was around 4th of July. And I said, I'm going to come over there and chainsaw or whatever. And I think he just kind of put me off like, this guy's never going to show. So I went over and took about four pickup loads and 16-foot trailers of brush and shit. And it was hotter than hell. And I'd call him and he said, I'm not going to be there. It's my anniversary. And I said, that's fine. I just want to know what you want cut, you know, and send him pictures. So then, like I say, I helped on the foster center. Then they got an outreach center at 300 West Chestnut. And that building was an old Frisco flea market. It was a wreck. And I went over there and helped them demo, do some plumbing and clean up a bunch of brush there.
We can't do the whole autobiography here. Are you I mean, it's interesting, don't get me wrong, but yeah. So I saw you did something not that long ago, so you're still doing this.
No, I'm not feeding people. Like I said, I shut down after the sheriff started cracking everybody like a year ago. March, I think, is when he burned out a friend's camp, and she ended up getting struck by a car and died, and they never have found the driver.
Oh,
they
damn.
wouldn't ever really get into the footage from the intersection where she got hit. And so that was pretty disappointing. And then another homeless guy I know right there at Fast and Friendly, really close, hung on somebody's car in a dispute, and he dropped off on the ramp and it killed him.
Holy shit.
They finally put up footage of the girl in the store, and I'll be damned if she didn't live 2 doors down from a girl that takes care of a lot of homeless people. And so they saw their face on the news and they took off in the middle of the night and left all their stuff. Nothing's ever really been settled on that either, I don't think. I think she went off.
I never heard of either of those.
Yeah. This Kay Campbell that I know that got hit, supposedly her uncle is something in the police force, and he said there'd be an internal investigation. But I'd went to the Casey's there. They showed one of the homeless girls, you know, how well you could see a vehicle. It didn't show her the footage because she wasn't a cop. And I got together with the girl from the Daily Citizen and tried to look into it. And then the sheriff Arnott of burning the camp out, and he said he didn't do it, but he knew who did it. Well, he knows who did it because he was there. It's him and 2 other officers that, you know, they were in plain clothes when they burn it. But they doused their tents in kerosene and said they got 2 seconds to get out of there.
Where was this?
Behind Fast and Friendly on Kansas. So I found out about it because I heard about 3 different stories that morning from people that camped back there, and I thought it was bullshit, and I went down there and filmed the smoldering fire pit, where they'd burn, and it was inside city limits. It wasn't controlled burn. There was trash, it wasn't, there was plastic and everything. So I don't know, through the sunshine laws, she tried to get all the information. And I think finally Sheriff Arnott is running under, he's run uncontested for several terms, but now somebody's running against him, and I haven't looked up who the guy is. I don't think he has as many qualifications as Sheriff Arnott does, but
the homeless issue in town is something we've actually talked about quite a bit on the show, and something that concerns me because I think it's quite clear to every resident of Springfield that it's getting worse. Like, it's gotten worse in the last couple of years.
Oh yeah.
I've heard before from one of my friends who used to be homeless that Springfield, Missouri is kind of like a homeless tourist destination. So transients will tell each other about Springfield is a good place to be homeless because there's so many resources to get fed and to like get clothes and stuff.
I've heard it, both ways. That I talked to some people that were from Oklahoma, and they said, it wasn't so good there, and they were trying to convince me to come there. I have some friends that have moved up by St. Louis. I mean, I know it's definitely a problem. I don't know that if we can keep kicking the can down the road, you watch it go through the development of Commercial Street. They wanted to get the kitchen clinic off of there, so they bought them out, and try to clean up that. And then I think it shifted to downtown a lot because now they're going to try to have the gateway to downtown and all that Jordan Valley be park, and stuff. And there was a lot of people in there in the railroad beds. So they've cracked on it pretty heavy. Of course, Sunshine and West Bypass, all around that area, they've, cleaned out a lot of woods. Just lots of places, trying to. And I understand. I ran into a highway patrolman friend out in Willard one day, and we were talking about it, and he just had the hard-nosed, it's illegal. But now they're fighting over, can you keep giving people tickets or, criminalize them being homeless? I understand, as a property owner myself, and as my mom having so many rentals, you wouldn't want somebody to move in on your land and make a big mess and then be tasked with, like Tent City out there at Glenstone and Kearney, to clean that up a couple of times, more than once. It'd been like $10,000 to do a cleanup by the time you get roll-offs out there and equipment to do it, and they've done it several times. But those people with Lurvy Properties really tried to task different people with cleaning it up, like they'd pay them fees. Camping's illegal wherever you do it. I don't care who the property owner is, and anywhere in Greene County, you can't have legal camping. But they would said, like, we'll bring you dumpsters, keep it cleaned up. We will get you water. I took people out 55-gallon totes of water, sun showers. I realized a lot of the stuff wasn't respected. It took a lot of time to feed people, go out and fill this water, and just, around the clock working, and I took people camp stoves, skillets, stuff like that, anything that can be traded or.
So I've spent a lot of time speaking to homeless people because I'm a musician, but I'm also like a street musician. I like to go play on the street. And when you do that, homeless people kind of gravitate towards you. And, I've always been a guy who will, like, if a homeless guy asks me for a cigarette, I'll give him a cigarette. I'll stand there and talk to him while we smoke our cigarettes. Like I like having conversations with anybody who wants to chat, and my impression of a lot of the homeless people I've spoke to, they're not really trying to get off the street. And I realize a lot of it is mental illness and drug addiction.
Yeah.
Like I almost feel like You know, I'm typically against like social programs and things of that nature because they get abused, and the federal government and the state just seem to be bad at implementing shit that private citizens could do themselves. But and maybe this is something a private citizen could do, but like some kind of non-for-profit where you buy like a big old hotel or something, and you know, like you like as long as people like work, they have a place that they can stay at night, you know, as long as they're like staying sober and like and looking for a job, like have a certain amount of time to find a job. And like I would be okay with some kind of program to help the homeless people that actually do want to get off the street, but it seems like a lot of them are not interested in actually but like playing the game and living in society and like participating. You know, they just want to like not have any responsibilities.
Yeah, I met people. There was a girl that I met over at One Door, and her job. Well, actually, I met her at what is the place downtown? It's a school and Discovery Center. I always get it mixed up with Dream Center, which I've worked with both of them, but I got a call to come to Discovery Center through some friends to get some Cliff Bars. And there was a girl down there that I guess had been following me some. We weren't friends. She knew about Christy Love and the Connecting Grounds. And I have volunteered with them, but I not with them. And everybody would always say, well, you're with the Connecting Grounds. And it's like, no, I'm not with anybody. I'm by myself. But she got me hooked up with some food down there. And then, I don't know, as everything progressed, she'd been in some kind of diaper bank that had something to do with cross lines, I think. And then it lost funding. A lot of these, you meet these people through volunteer jobs, and they only have them as long as the funding, you know, they can get their funding. But she said, do you know anybody that I knew people that go to One Door and try to get housing vouchers, which a lot of people do. They will give you a housing voucher, but that doesn't mean that anybody will rent to you. It means it's got to be $600 a month, utilities included. But once you're a felon, and you know, you've had evictions or anything like that, your chances of getting shelter, and I don't blame them. I said, as far as my mom, you know, I took care of a lot of her rental properties and stuff like that. You don't want somebody that's going to come in and trash their stuff.
Right.
Your property. My mom was good at reading people. She never really went with any contracts or anything like that. But the minute you would fill out, you know, where you work, where you live, she'd get in and go check. But she was good at reading people. But as she got the Alzheimer's and still had some rental houses, she got to where she'd rent to anybody and started having some problems, you know. So I was glad.
Oh, yeah.
They were gone. But some people, and I told her she said, do you know anybody that wants to get off the streets? And that was a frustrating thing when I did quit. There wasn't much winning, you know. My people, I needed them as much as they needed me. I liked to visit with them. They knew I was there for them. I needed them as far as, you know, I like to talk to people.
Well, you call them your friends. It sounds like you got close to quite a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, they are. And you get tangled up. I'll say, like, some of them definitely not hiding their drug use. They would have blowouts. Of course, you know, start infections, anything, a bug bite. You're living out there and it's dirty. You're living in filth. You get a bug bite and then it turns into MRSA or something. You never get rid of MRSA. Just a constant battle, and I would always be scared, you know, like right now it's raining. Well, a lot of my friends were living up under pine trees, and it's like they're going to be like cattle. They're going to get, you know, struck by lightning. But after, you know, 3 years of working with people, they know that it's going to be cold. They know that it's going to be stupid hot, and I'm like, we got to have a plan to do something different. A lot of them are content with the life they're leading, and they don't want to go under anybody's rules, you know.
Right.
But I have to say, if we had a legal camping, it's even like during cold weather, it got harder and harder to get any shelters or anybody to let them in. And I do understand, like say, the connecting grounds, one winter was really bad, got hotel rooms all over the city, and I tried to drive people around to get in them. But when the week was up, nobody wanted to get out of them. People tore
Yep.
up the room. So, and now there's so many weekly stays that you literally couldn't rent that many rooms because so many people are living in them, you know, as weekly stays. And even the Fairview, as bad as they are, it's hard to get an opening, you know, because they got people in them. People are like, why do they pay? Huh?
I once, there's a church called the Venues. It's like a very progressive liberal church. I disagree with their theology. I'm a big critic of what they're preaching, but I actually volunteered for their beer church downtown. Couple winters ago, it was very cold, and they were allowing homeless people in there, so I went and helped them with that. I kind of had ulterior motives though, because I wanted to meet their assistant pastor and talk to him. So we did talk for some time, and it's an interesting thing because I think the role of the church is to help the needy and the homeless and stuff. But it is, you kind of were illustrating this a bit yourself, and you know, I think it's kind of interesting talking to you that you're not religious, are you, Jack?
Oh, I vary. I think I'm like my mom. I mean, I think there's got to be something out there more powerful than me. I do believe that if you help others, you know, I mean, I've even gotten down to where I'm like, would go to the food bank or something because, you know, I overshared. I mean, and I have a bunch, but if I had something, I share it, you know.
You don't believe in Jesus though, like as being God?
I believe the Bible is a good moral compass. I believe a lot of it in there is true or happened. I could believe some of it's been exaggerated some, or when you tell a story, it goes more and more. But I have learned working with the people at Good to Go Mobile. I started hearing red letter Christians and stuff like that.
Oh, like people that are just into what Jesus said, kind of.
Yeah. Well, the thing I like about the Loves that were founders of the Connecting Grounds now, the Pastor Love, Christy Love, she had some health problems. She's trying to finish up her doctorate. And so they stepped down. I mean, the husband and wife are probably at least 10 years younger than me. And it's like being the president. The 6 years that they did what they did, being on call 24/7, seriously aged them, you know. And so they stepped down. And I know they're going through the same thing I did. You think I was doing all this?
Are they a church, like the Connecting Grounds?
Yes, they are a church, but that's what I was getting into. The beauty of working with them and why I started going to their church is they believe that communion is like community where you sit together. So they would have a meal. Some people would stay for church. Some people just came to eat. They never push it on you, never try to get you saved. And the thing I like about them, when you go out on outreach or feeding people as I do, people would always say, what church are you with? It's like, I'm not with a church, you know. And most people, if they want to go out with you, they want to witness, they want to give out Bibles, they want to do something, you know. And I said, I give without judgment. Some people lots of people have had religious trauma. So I'm like, I will never hold that over anybody. I'm giving them a meal. But of course, sure, if you were to ask them to pray for you or pray with you or something, they would be happy to do it. But they don't ask you to come to their church or anything like that, you know. So they do the work of God. They don't tell you, you know, that they're Christians, or they just try to give you a mouthful. They do it. They act it.
They do have like a church service too, though.
they did have a church. They had the one out on West Chestnut, and it was small, but they thought if we're giving up, if we're asking people to give up their church for shelter, then we're going to give up ours. So they were meeting at a Brentwood church over out by the mall. They gave up their basement, and their service was on Sunday anyway. So we were having Saturday services there. And then we moved out to St. John's, which is on Fremont, just south of Republic Road, meeting there. And then it was getting to where we're eating a lot of food, and they said, we're not going to buy $200 worth of food for 20 people, you know, when we could be feeding people with that on the streets. And their church would not necessarily in a church. They want to go out and love on people and help people, you know, or do it from their outreach center. They don't necessarily have to have a church, you know. So I don't know. Like I said, they're definitely Christians. So they do the work of Jesus Christ, or the stories I have heard of them. My grandma was big into church. My parents took me to Unitarian church, which I thought was kind of weird. I was like, why do they call them a church? But
You're right. I agree.
there is so many different religions, and maybe the sermon wouldn't be anything about it. I mean, it was definitely a different bunch, you know. But
You said you're having some health problems recently. What do you got going on, man?
well, just I think it was caused. Got type 2 diabetes, trying to get my A1C, and I've had some really bad back problems and neck problems, and I had carpal tunnel, and part of that I think was coming from my neck. But doing all those bags and all those lunches repetitively, you know, doing 300 meals a week and stapling all these bags shut and dipping out all the portions that kind of got to me, you know.
Little repetitive movements. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I mean, it's pretty high stress to deal with. You know, like I say, sometimes I would go into a camp, not very often, and deal with people with mental illness, and they might threaten at me, and words exchange instead of de-escalating and just saying good day and driving on. I probably went too far, you know, into it. But most people were really thankful of what I did. They would try to tell you kind of what you thought you wanted to hear sometimes, like say religious things when they probably aren't. And
right,
you know,
right. There's a lot of that.
I don't really care. Sure, I'd like people not to do drugs and stuff, but it's like, I'm still going to feed you, and I'm still going to love you if you're doing drugs. You don't need to tell me that you're sober when you're not, or
it's a tough issue for me, man, because I am a Christian. You know, I'm a conservative and I'm a Christian. So, you know, it's like everybody is an image bearer of God. But at the same time, for society to function properly, the individual has to bear responsibility for their actions. And, you know, and I appreciate individuals like you who decide to, like, of your own volition, go and help the needy, because I think that that's the way that it's done more than like state programs or federal programs. I think really the people who have hearts for the homeless, helping them, I think that's the most effective way to help them, is like individuals or like these non-for-profit organizations kind of doing stuff. I still haven't really like I can't decide, because I think there is an element of like there's a church downtown, and also, okay, here's a better example, like O'Reilly Center for Hope. You're familiar with it, I'm sure. There's one in the
one there, isn't it? You mean the school out there? I mean the old school on Dale Street?
Yes.
Is that what?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that's where I met the girl that was doing the housing, and I was meeting with them where I was going to be able to get food, like through surplus, or was about ready to go bad. And I never wanted to deal with money. You know, I was like, if it was all food donation.
Well, that organization surely helps people, but also it causes a lot of issues in that neighborhood for the homeowners. because people
Yeah.
hang out there all day and use the showers and get food and stuff, and then they disperse into this suburb and end up causing problems in this neighborhood. So on some level, it's like this charitable organization is kind of doing a disservice to the responsible tax-paying citizens by catering to the irresponsible non-tax-paying citizen.
Well,
It's kind of like it's hard to figure out how to fix these problems.
there's a woman, she's gone now, but you probably know her husband through music. But she saw me feeding on the north side, and she told a friend of mine that's a music person that, yeah, I saw Jack out feeding these people, and they don't deserve it, or they shouldn't be doing it, or this, that, and the other. And I was like, well, that's, her right to have that opinion. But I said, I'm not getting any government money or anything. The people that are donating to me are giving out of the goodness of their heart. So if she's not fucking paying into it, she don't need to fucking worry about it, because I'm the one doing all the labor. And
I do understand that. Like, I don't know if I'd go so like I understand the gut instinct, because there are places that are like that.
Well, I'm going to give you an example right now. I had a friend that was in a house down the street from Pappy's. He was in it from the kitchen clinic. And this thing definitely needs to be condemned. Now, I don't know how much they were paying the property owner to rent this thing, but it's ridiculous bad. And then it was an upstairs apartment. One of the most recognized homeless guys, caveman that was missing one eyeball, died in that apartment. There was like 14 people in there when he died. It ended up down to the guy that had the apartment, a friend of mine doing CPR, and like one other person. The kitchen clinic has been in trouble for some funding and misallocated or whatever funds. And I'm sure that happens. Like when I worked at SRC, employee-owned company, and you get together like once a year, and you say, I want my money to go to the boys club or United Way or whatever. When you look through these things, there's a very small percentage of what you give. It's like Missouri Council of the Blind or any of them, you pick it. That's why people would always say with the connecting grounds, I have some homeless people that are pretty well read, but they'll see that these people are getting millions of dollars worth of funding. And they would start talking about the connecting grounds. They're in this old building with the leaky roof that the people that donated the building is pretty wealthy property owners, just put a new rubberized roof on it. But it is an old, dilapidated kind of building. There's been a lot of good done in there, but people would say, well, they're getting all their money. Well, the Loves that I know live in a rental house. The husband has remodeled the rental house. He knows the property owner, so kind of traded out rent. They have buy here, pay here vehicles that don't usually even have license plates on them. They're not living any lavish lifestyle. And people are like, well, there's so many $1 million given to these organizations. And I was like, it would boggle your mind. I don't even like to think about the money that goes through there, and hot hands, food, like between their men's respite house, a couple other foster center. They bought a sober living out by the Mill Tavern out in that neighborhood for men. Fairly nice house. All these utility bills in the dead of summer, they're hot. It was like $9,000 for utilities just for 1 month. And the food and the resources that go through there. And then I kind of got mad before, because I was like, oh, wait a minute, these people are getting salaries. And I never wanted a salary, but those salaries are like minimum wage. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like going to buy your gas to go to work. So,
right. It's it's not what John Lindell's making.
No. And it's also too like Larry Rice. Like I said, I liked Larry Rice because years ago, when there wasn't any warming shelters or whatever, he was opening up his businesses and different buildings for people to get into. And then the city would shut him down because, say, they're not fire approved or, and then you go into splitting hairs like Connecting Grounds is where you have an all night movie thing. It's not really a shelter, but you're up watching movies. Well, some people fall asleep, but Larry Rice is kind of there for a photo opportunity, and he named that the Vets Coming Home Center to try to make it look like it's all veterans, which it's not. There are veterans that come through there, but it is kind of a money making scheme, I think, And they
Which one is this?
By the police station, and they don't have any professional staff. So it is pretty much a circus, and people that are in recovery that are trying to go there as a daytime drop as far as cold weather, hot weather, and meals, which they do every day of the week. I think they do meals, but they've had a lot of problems there. And that was one of the things that the O'Reilly Center part was wanting me to go to a women's safe to sleep overnight shelter and wanted me to go to the vets to feed kind of adjacent to there.
Here, one second, Jack. I'm sorry. Leighton, I know you got to work in the morning and stuff, man. I don't have shit going on tomorrow, so I'm just going to keep talking to Jack because I want to get back into the political stuff. I think
I'm about to fall asleep, dude.
you can go take care of your other business. Yeah, that's okay. Let's
that works. It's 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Let's me and you, Leighton, tomorrow do we'll do a normal episode, just like a short one, if you want.
All right, that'll work. We can go off of what we had here planned out.
Exactly, because I do want to go through that to Google Doc, but why Jack's here, I want to keep going after this. So,
alrighty, man.
All right, we'll see you later.
Good night.
So, we're the only two people on?
Yep, it's just me and you now.
Is there any followers or?
We've had 4 people watching us this whole time. Nobody's really like leaving comments or nothing.
Okay.
But we have some viewers for sure.
Yeah.
People will watch the playback too, some, but yeah, it kind of ebbs and flows. Wow, all that background noise was fucking Leighton. He needs to fix his mic. What the hell?
It said mine would do better if you had a laptop, which I have, but I never get on it. And I don't know. I probably could come up with some kind of mic setup, but
you're coming through pretty good actually, so it's no big deal.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, I mean, I don't expect everybody to be able to give. Like I don't down anybody. Friends would say, "Oh, you do so much" or whatever, and I was like, "Well, I look at it like a big paddle wheel, and it's like it takes a village to." Even with the Connecting Grounds, all the volunteers to keep it going. Like I would go over to SRC, like a recovery group, and I would get Narcan and stuff like that, and they would say, well, we don't, have the resources or go out in the camps, And I understand that. I know what they have a lot of programs, work with a lot of people, do a lot of meetings, and, so I had time to go out and I wanted to give Narcan, and I had mixed feelings about that. I mean, a lot of people want to have that safety net. They're going to get right there to the edge or maybe not know if fentanyl's in it, and here I'm getting like $800 worth of Narcan at one time, but I'm like, if I don't get it out and put it in hands, it can't save anybody. So it doesn't matter what it costs, I even let some of it freeze in my van. I didn't know that it, would screw it up or whatever, and it was in my van and went bad. And I'd even got test strips, where people could tell if fentanyl was in it. I wanted to do a clean needle program, and people said that's illegal here, and I don't know. Everybody had their mixed feelings.
The clean needle programs, like places that have decriminalized drugs, like Portland, Oregon, and it looks like it's been pretty bad for the culture of those cities.
Yeah, I even watched in like Canada and stuff at some of them, and they have like this back alley where they give needles and people come to the window, and then they have programs where they get you on where you come and do the drugs there, like more cleaner, probably like fentanyl, and they monitor you and give you and try to wean you off. They've had kind of luck with that. I was watching a documentary yesterday on the mole people underneath Vegas, and there's a group called Shine the Light, and it was, main guy running it had been underground himself and a drug addict. Well, this guy that does documentaries, he's like, how can I help these people? So he found out they were having like a weekend deal where you could get a lot of them said, well, I don't have an ID. I can't do anything without an ID. So he went and helped a bunch of people get IDs and got funding to, pay the fees to get it. And then he's waiting on the guy that said he's going to get off the streets and, get sober and get a job. And then he shows up high and he hadn't really done anything, but he goes to Shine Light, and they were kind of like me. They go out in camps, they want to build relationships, but as far as getting the ID, they're like, you come into this program, you're going to have your ID within 30 days. You're not going to have to work for the 90 days that you're going through treatment. And then we are going to give you housing, but they have to make, I know not everybody's there. And when everybody tried to get me to get sober, I wasn't ready to do it till I was ready to do it, so.
Yeah, that is the thing. You can't force anybody to get sober. They have to
Well,
want
you can
to.
definitely help in wrong ways, and I mean, I had to learn because the connecting grounds would tell me different things and, not to do because they had learned it already themselves. And I'm thinking, well, this is this is mine. What would Janice do? I'm going to do it my way. They were right on a lot of things, and I had to learn it. But I always say, like giving gift cards to McDonald's or me just giving the food. And even people traded in my food. I found out that people would like say they had more people than they did have, or the guy that I had running out in the woods to get different people so I didn't have to run up and down the hills or fall down.
We got a comment here. Mark Liverine says the guy who ran Shine a Light got arrested and detoxed in prison, which for some of these people, it's their only hope.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'd seen some different mole people like videos, about people down there, and it's really no different than what happens here on the streets or anywhere else. Like I said, who knows what their story is to bring them there. A lot of people seem like I think there was some girl on there. She was just passing through and she was actually working. But her vehicle had expired plates, got pulled over, got an impound. And then I've had people like it here. They were living in their cars, but it just snowballed so fast. Well, here's a prime example. Not everybody. That's why you can't put a label on it. I was out behind McDonald's on Chestnut, feeding people, and it was cold and wet, going through the woods, getting lost. Come across this giant tent, and it was nice. I mean, like stand up, like a house almost. And I said, are you hungry or whatever? And the guy said, well, I'm going to the bathroom now. But he came out and talked to me. He moved here during COVID to work for Expedia. And he was a military guy, I think All-American football. He'd gotten divorced, got married to this gal. She was pregnant. They came here to work for Expedia and try to get away from where they were living in Kansas. Freaking COVID hit. He had some checks coming because, he knew they were shutting down. So he got the tent, a bunch of other stuff. I had ordered one of those buddy heaters that I would give out every once in a while to people. And it just came in Walmart. I meet the guy. He said, I'm a veteran. I'm hooked up with the kitchen clinic. I'm getting housing. But he said he had a pay to go phone, and he said his phone was out, but he was waiting on the call to get the housing, And I don't usually give out money or whatever. And I don't even think he was really asking, but I said, it's strange that your buddy heater cracked the porcelain because I just got one today. I said, I'm going to go back to the house and get it and get a full propane tank for you. And then I gave him the money to get his phone renewed. And he wasn't on for a while because he walked up from there at Chestnut and West Bypass all the way to the bypass, like at Walmart or cell phone store, filled it. And then he texted me or whatever. I think I fed him one or two other times, and then I called him and said I'm gonna be out that way, and he said, "Can you give me a ride to the lamplighter?" That they were putting him up there till he got his housing. And then me and a friend of mine, another music friend, were out feeding, and he called and he said, "I need a ride over there. You know, I'm getting the housing." And so Mike, because we were out feeding, sent a Uber to pick him up and get in. And then I gave him a TV, and I got with some other friends and got some washer and dryer and stuff he needed. And I think he got back on his feet. But man, there it is, a guy that's college educated, you know, running a big deal at Expedia, making good money, and then boom, he's homeless. COVID, you know. So
It was
not
COVID.
everybody. Yeah, it was during COVID, and he lost his job at Expedia because they ain't selling any vacations when there's COVID and nobody's going anywhere. So then
Oh wow.
he got a job through a temp service working at a place there, kind of by that new Aero Art, where they were making the thermo deals to keep all the vaccines from, you know, getting warm or whatever. I think some kind of container.
I do want to get back into politics since I have you.
Okay.
You know, the homelessness thing is something that I kind of think about and talk about a lot because it's an interesting issue that the town is facing, and that it's a crisis in America. Honestly, like the homelessness, like in every major city, is gotten a lot worse recently. In the past 10 years, past 5 years, I guess. But I'm curious what else you have on your list there.
Oh, what did I have? And I don't know. I had more as I was driving home, but I didn't jot it down. And I don't know if it's the medications I'm on, but or having the same thing my mom had. But my memory used to be one of the things that I really had. But let's say, oh, of course, I'd already put Russia and Israel, Mitch McConnell. I don't know, economy, jobs. I don't know if people, like I say, think these numbers are fake or inflated, or I guess you could read them any way you want. But when they say 50-year low, you know, it's kind of like the scholars that the best to worst presidents. I mean, I don't know how people could. I got friends say best damn president ever, and it's like, well, he ranks at the bottom of, you know, he's 45 and he's 45 worst. So
I disagree, and you're probably familiar with the book how to lie with statistics. Like it's very easy to fudge numbers, and I remember like 2 years ago, there was a definition for what a recession is, and it's 2 quarters of like negative growth. So you're like the and that's what happened. And they like ever since they've just been running cover, like, oh, we're not in a recession. The economy's actually kicking ass. Everything's really good. Inflation is not a thing. Don't worry about it. But it feels like they're telling me not to believe my lying eyes because I I just well, and a big part of that statistic too, I imagine, was because COVID happened under Donald Trump's watch. So everybody was laid off. So everybody got employed again and found new jobs and stuff once Joe Biden was sworn in. So I imagine that helps with the numbers, like the statistic that you're referring to. But I absolutely do not believe the premise that the economy and the prosperity of America is better off under Joe Biden. And I'm curious to get more into because I think this relates to it. All the money that we're sending to like Ukraine and uh, do you support like where are you at with the Israel Palestine stuff?
I don't think I don't know. It's going to be a mess, I think, between Iran, Israel, the Hamas. I don't know. Every time we get into a foreign thing, it's like culturally, I don't understand it, and usually I say I don't have to understand it. It's like, of course, Saddam was supposedly this bad person and, did all this to the Kurds, but it's like all this mustard gas, but hell, he got it from Donald Rumsfeld. It's like, so is he really that bad? Or if we're really looking for Osama bin Laden, then why are we in Iraq? Is it have to do with
And
George Bush Sr.?
Osama bin Laden was an FBI asset.
Yeah.
Yeah, the foreign
I
wars
just think
suck.
Yeah. And I mean, I definitely don't think that we should be bombing, hospitals or kids but if
Well,
Hamas
that's the
is
thing.
hiding
It's
out
like
on me, I don't know.
we aren't Israel, though. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like even
Yeah.
the way you're talking about it, where I don't know if we should be doing this, and it's like, like I guess we are in a way because we're sending them the weapons, but it's so interesting because it's like that some of the weapons that Hamas are using are probably um supplies they got from like other like like when we pulled out of Afghanistan and left all that equipment behind. It's like Muslim extremist groups are using that equipment all over the Middle East now. So we've funded the war on like both sides in more ways than one. And
Well, it's the same thing with Iraq, though. That was at that time, logistically, that was the most equipment. I don't think they ever planned on bringing any of it back. I mean, it wouldn't be feasible to even try to bring that back, over here. But yeah, it will fall into the hands. I mean, I think they, like when they had the helicopter go down or something that's really top, secret fucking helicopter. Yeah, they want to blow it up when they were trying to get bin Laden, and they had the one Black Hawk go down, and so they had to destroy it, and jump in one helicopter. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think we should have ever been in Iraq. I don't really know.
I agree with
what the win is in Israel. You're always going to be Iran. Somebody in there's not going to be happy.
Well, to me, it looks like Israel's like trying to okay, so October 7th, Hamas obviously started this fighting on October 7th, and Israel started defending themselves. I think it's easy to make an argument that Israel's probably I mean, it's war, it's terrible. They're bombing, they're just carpet bombing fucking everything, and that's terrible. That's what war is like. But I saw something in the news about Iran like shooting some missiles at Iran, or Israel shooting at Iran or something. And the whole premise originally was, oh, they're trying to stay out of a war with Iran. But to me, it looks like now they're like poking the bear. I'm like, let's get like my whole thing, Jack, with the foreign wars. Like a big part of the right now, myself included, is the America First movement. And I just so believe in that because we have so many, like the homelessness. We have so many problems here at home. What are we doing sending all of this money, like our money, your money and my money, overseas to wars that literally have nothing to do with us, like don't affect us? I'm even Christians and a lot of people on the right would say, "Oh, we need to support Israel. It's important to support Israel because of the Bible or because they're our best ally in the Middle East or whatever." It's just like I don't care enough about Israel. I care about America. I don't care enough about Ukraine. I care about America. I care about the people that I know, my family, my relatives, my friends, my community. I hate that we don't have any say in our tax dollars going to fund foreign wars.
I mean, I guess it's I want to kind of go with the UN, and that's what I always thought in the Middle East or anywhere when you have inspections, when you make a deal with Iran, and people said, well, they're just giving them a bunch of money or whatever, and it was like, well, it was their money they were holding anyway. You make a negotiation that you're not going to enrich uranium or just I don't know. There's certain things that we don't support. Russia seems to hit on targets where there's going to be children or their power grid, or I don't know. I don't know that Ukraine's actually targeting those kind of targets.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, I'm not
I'm
sure what
afraid.
I'm not sure what Ukraine's strategy is, but I mean, it really truly is a David and Goliath situation. Like, if it was not for our funding, that war and the human suffering that's being caused by that war would be done at this point. Like, they would have lost the
But
war.
in the beginning, when Russia took quite a bit, and then Ukraine started to take it back, getting them some planes, I think it is kind of going in the right direction. And then all of a sudden, people want to kind of hold a hostage to get whatever their agenda is on the funding. And now it's kind of like Vietnam, and you take a hill and you give it back. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Uh,
You take a hill and you give it back? Like,
I mean, people that serve in the military. I have friends that were in special services and like protect embassies, and here they give a bunch of their friends' lives to. One friend was a sniper, and he's lined up to take the shot to take these top people out, and then they call it back. Nope, don't do it. So he feels when he goes over there that he loses his friends and everything to get this mission done, and he can't do it. I don't know. It's a lot of bullshit.
yeah, operators always talk like that. Like like operators in the field are always having issues with the guys behind the desks, and like what's allowed and what's not allowed, and I'm out here to do a job, which is usually kill somebody, and then they get told they can't do it. It's gonna piss them
Rules
off.
of engagement, all that stuff. I think you train somebody to be a killer, and then you're going to prosecute them because they didn't do it right.
Right.
I don't know. It's hard to be there in the field and know what those people are up against, or what it's like to go through that.
Yes. Well, I agree. I have a friend.
Support people when they come back from Vietnam, and you don't support them and call them baby killers and throw shit at them. You have no idea what they've been through.
I have a friend who was an HRT sniper for the FBI. His name's Chris Whitcomb. He's got a book, and he's pretty famous. You can look him up. But he was involved in Waco and Ruby Ridge.
Yeah.
And before I met him, the way that I saw that story was the FBI were obviously the bad guys, and I think that the FBI was wrong in the way they handled those cases. But like talking to a guy like him and reading his book and understanding how these operations work and the dynamic between the operators and the people calling the shots and the rules of engagement, and like how these guys are basically just doing what they're told, and then they take the fall for shit as well. So it makes you realize the world's such a gray place. Like there's good guys and bad guys on all sides.
And it spirals into Oklahoma City, and I had friends that were trying to show me Resistance magazine showing that Timothy McVeigh was like part of ATF and shit. I don't know what to believe.
I've heard that. I haven't looked into it for myself. I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, I had friends actually show me the pictures, and I was like, I don't know if I can go down these rabbit holes.
Yeah.
I have a friend that's a musician, and he grew up in in one of those Christian, like conservative groups, like a Ruby Ridge kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. Like
there again, it's like, I mean, I'm raised a Democrat. My brother is getting ready to retire from the military. He was a registered conscientious objector. Didn't believe in any kind of violence, and then he didn't really have a career going anywhere, so he became what he was like part-time reserve, learned freak respiratory therapy. And then he wanted to become full-time and was military intelligence for a while, and then back to respiratory therapy, like field medic stuff. And now he's Republican, and it's like most people I know are still the party that they were raised with. Yes, people do switch, so who
Your
knows?
brother,
Maybe it's
your,
my, huh?
your brother switched parties?
Yeah, he's a Republican now.
Nice.
He was, like I said, he was a registered conscientious objector, didn't believe in any kind of violence. Now, like gun owner, soon to be ex-military. I think he's
Yeah.
having to get out actually because I was talking to my highway patrolman friend and I didn't know it was that way for them. My brother's, I'm 57, he's 18 months older than me, so he definitely can't go past 60, So every time he started to re-up, they would act like they weren't going to give him papers, and then he'd end up going again,
Oh, they're
But
desperate. They're desperate for guys.
he's kind of a fitness bodybuilder, triathlon kind of person. So the actual physical part of it, I guess, has never really bothered him. And of course, he's going to have a lot of great benefits.
That makes me think of this ridiculous article I saw a while ago about how going to the gym is like a sign that your friend might be right wing. And I always just thought that was like, if you're a liberal and that's your position, it doesn't speak very well of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you think that like being healthy is like inherently right wing, it's like that makes your position seem like an unhealthy position. Yeah. And man, it's so good to actually talk to you because cutting through the media and kind of just like, me and you both have like channels on the internet and different like I trust Fox News to some extent, you trust CNN to some extent. I mean, that's essentially it.
Well, there's one I'd like to discuss. I mean, it's like the whole Tucker Carlson.
Love Tucker, dude. Fucking love
he wants to
Tucker.
be I understand he wants to be the top of, whatever he is. So if that means interviewing Trump, but then you have these cell phone records of him pretty much saying that he doesn't like Trump, and
Alex Jones, have you seen the Alex Jones clip where he's like, I'm so fucking tired of talking about Donald Trump. God damn it, I'm tired of talking about him. I don't want to talk about him anymore. It's like this.
No, see, I actually kind of had a parting of ways with my brother. We didn't really see eye to eye on what was going on with my mom and the Sandy Hook thing. He tried to kind of convince me that it was staged, and he went as far as to say, I'm a mechanical person. Like say, I'm not I've always worked on cars and motorcycles since I've been about 9 years old. My brother never did learn any of that. I tried to show him, but in that parting ways of stuff we said, he said, if you want to know anything about investments or this, that, and the other, or I think even politics, he said, you can get a hold of me if I want to know anything. I just said I didn't need any studies or numbers to back up that the Sandy Hook was a bad deal. And
dude, okay.
I always say
we can go here. We can go here. You might get me in trouble here, dude, because you'll get me fucking going. But I'll go here with you. I was actually talking to one of my friends today, and I have a good friend in the music scene that I would want to reconnect with. His name's Wesley Waller. He's older. You probably know him.
I know the dude. Yeah, I know him.
We used to pick up odd jobs together and like hang out and like have these really deep conversations, and we were always good friends. And I think part of it was that post that Clayton made about the homeless, and then me like laugh reacting.
Yeah, we both got into it.
Yeah, and then I think that was part of him like unfriending me, and then also we got into we got into an argument about Alex Jones, and he had a son who passed away, and so this issue of children dying or being killed is very sensitive to him. And I had posted about Alex Jones, and I think it was around the anniversary of his boy's passing when I had posted, not knowing that, and he commented, and we kind of went back and forth, and I ended up deleting those comments because I just thought that it made both of us. It didn't look very good for either of us, and but this is one of the points that I made to him then, and I'll make it to you now, and I think it's a very weird thing about Sandy Hook, is because there's been many school shootings. The only school shooting that I know of where they tore down the school afterwards is Sandy
Is
Hook.
Florida? Oh yeah, Sandy Hook.
Yeah,
they-
I mean,
I think they're wanting to like Columbine and the one in Florida, aren't they? They haven't had students back in the one in Florida, I don't think.
is that right?
I
don't
didn't
know
know
about
that. And then
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
So
like this
that's
apartment.
kind of fishy, right? Like that's the only one that gets like wiped off the slate, can't be investigated to any extent. And I'm not saying anything except that they demolished the school, and I've never seen that except with Sandy Hook. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty elaborate scheme if they were trying to infringe on people's Second Amendment rights. I don't know. I
Oh
just told my
well,
brother.
wait, and the false flag thing, like Alex, like he really did, like he wasn't telling people to harass their family. Like he said some shit that he probably shouldn't have said. Was it worth him being sued $1 billion? No, he was like used as a scapegoat. He was made an example of. Um, like that wasn't actually for damages for grievance against the parents. That was going, hey, if you are questioning things and you're causing a fuss, and we're gonna stick it to you. And it's they used Sandy Hook because they could emotionally manipulate the masses. Even conservatives I knew at the time were like, fuck Alex Jones, somebody should kill him. Like I literally remember my conservative boss at the time being like, somebody should shoot that piece of shit. The things that he did to
I
those
never
parents.
say that. I mean,
No, I know, and I'm
I
not
would
accusing you
definitely
of
not
that,
watch
but
his show or tune out,
but
I
like, but it was
definitely don't
so
say that.
emotional, and everybody has children and stuff, and it was so close to people's hearts. The way that the media spun it was the perfect way to like try to discredit him. And really, they weren't trying to discredit him because of what he said about Sandy Hook. They were trying to discredit him about what he had said about everything else. Like he predicted 9/11, dude. I can show you right now footage of him from his TV program telling you that there's going to be a world trade incident because there had already been the bomb, and he was like, like he's like prophetic. And I've heard Tucker Carlson talk about Alex Jones this way recently, where as Tucker Carlson's opinion on Alex Jones has changed. I could also show you old videos. There's like this libertarian kind of fringe candidate that had an interview with Alex Jones back in like 2008. Um, and they were asking Tucker Carlson about 9/11 and talking about and Alex Jones, and Tucker Carlson in this video is like, "Oh, give me a break. 9/11 didn't happen." And they ask him about Alex Jones, and he goes, "Alex Jones is a fucking idiot." And now, he's seen the evidence, and he's saying what everybody else has been saying, which is, Alex Jones was right about so much stuff, man. So much stuff. And
I don't know. I have friends that go down like with it wouldn't have melted that way and somebody messed with the beams lower down. I mean, a lot of stuff is possible. My brother always said, and I've heard other people say it, my brother was military intel, like I said, he goes, you couldn't sleep at night if you know all the plans that are foiled that you never hear about. And I don't doubt it. I mean, you got to listen to all this chatter online, and I don't like Trump, but I'll still vote for him probably. Somebody from you, I guess.
yeah, that's another. That was one of the comments on the live stream.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I think all those shootings are legit. Maybe they're not. I don't know. I just think it'd be a pretty elaborate scheme,
I think
for
it's.
all
I
those
think.
actors.
I think it's gray. I think it's gray. Like I don't think it's black or white because a lot
And
of
like
these. There has been like some evidence of these shooters having contact with like with like strange people on the internet, like possible feds, and another common element with a lot of these shootings is psychotropic drugs, and like them being on like weird like like drugs, like I forget the exact classification, but there's a couple of like common threads you can trace through a lot of these shootings. And I think that it would be useful to the powers that be that want guns to be removed if there was more shootings. So there is some incentive for the elites to propagate a culture of sickness and hatred and having people unprotected, where we could have more violence to institute these laws. I'm not saying the shootings are fake, but I'm saying that there are people who have things to gain by there being more shootings. So
I,
whether
I would
that's
just hear the people saying, "Well, look at Europe, and they never thought they'd be disarmed." And
it's true.
I don't know.
Or Australia, like the lockdowns in Australia were so draconian. And I think they would have been just as bad here if we didn't have a well-armed populace. The government can't just manhandle us because we'll shoot at them. That's why like, what are we gonna do? Like gun buybacks? It would just be like a war with the federal government. Nobody's giving their guns
The
up.
people that, if you did a gun buyback, which I mean they still do.
Yeah,
I mean, if
unfortunately,
you're
I've
the
seen
one
some.
taking your gun there, I mean, it's your right to sell it to be destroyed, right?
Right, but it's like that's one thing, and I think that's pretty stupid. And if you sell your gun at a gun buyback, shame on you. And if you sell your grandfather's gun that you inherited at a gun got buyback, you're a fucking bad person. But like, anyways, the
I'll,
but
I'll
like
give you.
that's way different than G-men showing up at your front door because you possess a firearm and they can possess them, but you can't, and they're gonna come in and by any means necessary take that from
What
you.
what year were you born?
1997.
Okay, in 2000, before Y2K, I used to clash with some Nazis downtown, and
We had a
I don't
Nazi
know.
scene,
They did
like
years
punks,
ago.
like what, like punk rockers, or
Yeah,
what was
and even
the?
people like my band were trying to say that we were all Nazis, and like people in job publications and Kansas City and everything. My friend Chris, that started Violent Karma and Knuckle Sandwich, would like to be on the side of anything that would try to get somebody to punch him. You
I
know,
didn't realize that. Well, and that was a lot like that. The Sex Pistols, like Sid Vicious, wore swastikas and shit. It's not because he was a Nazi; it's because he was trying to fucking be transgressive and piss everybody off.
yeah.
So I get that. I didn't realize you played in some punk bands back in the day. That's pretty cool.
Thing for a friend that, my oldest friend that I started school with his brother when I was 5, and then I was held back in 3rd grade, so I was in with him. And he was huge in the punk scene here before anybody else, and was pretty well known. And then a younger friend of his that he got to shave his head and started a band, and Joe got into it. And then he went to prison for 8 years, and we saw a bunch of different singers and stuff. I tried my hand at it, but I just got to thinking the other day cleaning up. He died from blastomia, cancer in October. Cleaning out the garage, and there was a bunch of old band stuff in there, and I was carrying out a couple of mic stands. I was going to give some stuff to Chad Graves, and I was like, "This is the last damn mic stand I use." And then I realized, fuck, I'm the only one left alive. My bass player, Sebastian Bowden, he died in, I think, Christmas Day in '99, and then Chris died 2009, October 31st, I think. And then the drummer died this summer. I didn't really get along with him. He was involved with some people that overdosed and died.
So
And
are
then
you the
Joe
last man
died.
standing?
Yeah,
Damn,
but I mean,
that's
I was never going to do anything else because you know, Punk's dead around here, and now all they're dead or whatever.
huh.
I don't know. I might like to do something in country or something someday, but
Yeah, you ought to.
it just I was dividing up. Now our bass player dabbled in selling some pot quite a bit and stuff, so we had some nice equipment, and I didn't even know a lot of it was still over there at Joe's, and Joe took in. He had a tattoo shop, and Aaron Walker, a friend of mine, bass player, it came in wanting a tattoo, and he brought a Les Paul Jr. I think it was like 63 or 64 before they were called what is the SG. So
Oh yeah,
Joe,
that's
it was like a
sick.
$400 tattoo, and I was like, dude, go get $400 or I'll loan it to you, and so it was like from $16,000 to $18,000. And Joe had hung on to it, and he got to needing some money in '08 crash, and he sold it, and he had two basses that belonged to the bass player, which were like 70 model or 71 Rickenbackers, one blonde and one black one. And I can't remember which stores he went to reverse, but I know he went to Guitar Center and he went to Tom Whitrock, and he ended
Oh
up
yeah.
trading some stuff. But he said Whitrock was acting like he's broke, and I was like, the dude's a millionaire, so he's not broke. And so he
When
got me
was
there.
this?
Oh, it's been within the last 5 years, less than 5 years, probably. I don't know.
I mean,
Maybe
I
longer
don't.
than that.
Okay. Full disclosure, I like Tom Whitrock. I would consider him like a cool acquaintance. I love talking to the dude about guitars and stuff. But like,
Oh, he makes
he
guitars.
I don't. Does he have it like that, or does he just have asset in guitars that he can like trade?
Well, he's
Like,
got quite a collection, but I think even his liquid, yeah, I'm sure his collection is in the millions, but I think he has liquid too. I don't know.
I don't
I think
think so.
he
I
couldn't
don't think
afford to
so.
pay a
But
fair price for these instruments, is what I'm saying. So,
I hear you. I hear you. I just had to defend Tom. I like he's a homie.
but
So.
we looked it up at the time, when he got the guitar, and it, like I said, in not a downed economy, years back. I can't even remember what year that would be. Probably 203, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably like 205, maybe later than that even, but it would have been worth 16 to 18. But during the '08 crash, of course, everything was kind of down. I think it had one chip on the back by the neck, kind of where the strap went. So it wouldn't have been perfect, but it was pretty damn sweet, And
What year was it?
I think it was 63 or 64 Les Paul Jr., like the first of the SG
Oh
before they
damn.
called it the SG. And
Oh fuck yeah, that'd be worth some money.
I mean, it was worth quite a bit. And then they gave him like a Epiphone FG, and he was wanting to sell it too. And it was in this gig bag that was like woolish feeling on the inside, but he had cats, and it pissed all over the bag, and it was crystallized. And like a dumbass, I washed this bag. It still smelled, but I was going to take it to Joe's to let a friend of mine that's dead now too play it. And
Damn, son.
I stuck it in that bag. The frets all turned green and ruined the strings. And
Oh no, dude.
yeah, it was fucked up. And Leon fucking knocked it into something while he was playing it and put a ding in it. And I'm just like, this is not. My friend was so talented. He was a tattooer and a blues artist and just a badass.
Is this the one that people would like get mad at for like just being shocking?
Leon, Dave Painter was out there at open mic one night, and he would do this everywhere he went. He just stopped and turned around, and he goes, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I said, "He used to play with you on Renegades in an open mic years ago, And he was just a hell of a singer, songwriter, but he had a tortured life, and he overdosed. I'd
That's
hooked him up with
terrible.
James Clay at the Lake of the Ozarks, and he went up there and I don't know, got drunk, did a bunch of dope or something, and James the roommate that he had was some bass player James using it. Called James and said, "Oh, he's acting weird." And he got over there and he said he was holding him up in the shower and he just went down and he's gone.
That's fucking terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Well, I had to go up there and clean all his shit out, and then a bunch of people online are going, "Who gives you the authority to go up there and clean his shit out?" And I said, "Well, he owed everybody money. He was paying rent here." I said, "If you want to pay his rent so we can have his sentimental stuff and sit here, then fucking come do it."
Right.
I didn't have to clean it out.
So tell me more about the punk scene. There was some skinhead bands, like some Oi type bands. I've heard of Oi.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Like, were there?
Were
they like?
Sorry,
go ahead.
Grout, a friend of mine, Aaron Gregory, was a singer, and Joe Bondo, Joe Javork, was in it. Joe Morton, that had been in Public Assassin, was in it. Can't remember their drummer's name. There was, do you know Annette Weatherman that had been big in the skate park? And
I can't say that I do. I wasn't much of a skater. I like to hang out with them, but I was never good at it.
I wasn't. Her. Did you know any of the Reynolds or Sean Reynolds that passed?
No, sir. Can't say that I did.
Well, before there was a skate park, there were some parents that wanted to open one, and Annette Weatherman, she was a drummer. There's a bunch of pictures. She'd been over in Europe and hung out with Sid Vicious, all those people. She's a pretty good drummer. Her kid had a band. Rudy's old now, bass player. He's pretty good. His dad, what's his name? Rick. He just passed. He was a good guitar player. Rick Moore. The kids had a kiddie band, and their mom was the drummer. It's called Barbie Holocaust, and they play on some tickets with friends.
That's a great name.
But they always booked our punk bands with metal bands. And how Knuckle Sandwich, we'd gotten a cease and desist because somebody out on the East Coast had that band, Knuckle Sandwich. And so we were playing over at Murphy's. And I'd been in a fight with a guy out at the townhouse the night before. He headbutted me. Some guy was all fucking spun out on meth. And so I was kind of bent about that. And we're at Murphy's doing sound check. And there's some metalhead guy that was a pretty good drummer, played in some good bands, and I can't remember his name. But during sound check, he kept just belting out shit like, "You guys are off key," and this, that, and the other. And I kind of stink-eyed him a couple times, and I said, "Dude, shut your fucking mouth." Well, he went in the bathroom, and I happened to be going in the bathroom, and he made his last pop off. So I nailed the dude and was putting his head in the urinal and shit. My friends were holding the door, and I pretty much worked his ass over. So I went out in the parking lot, and here he comes. I guess
You
it really
swirlied him, bro. The disrespect. The fucking disrespect.
He goes, "Did you see the guy that kicked my ass or whatever?" And I was like, "Dude, fuck off." So I guess he left there and went into a coma or something and fucking wrecked his car. I don't know if it's because he was drunk, but then another guy from a local,
or because somebody just punched him in the face and stuck him in the toilet.
Well, then a guy that I knew from One Violet Green, this Rob guy, he said, "You guys are Violent Karma." So we used the Gabriel slaying a dragon on our shirts, we became VK, Violent Karma. But we were barred from everywhere. Used to play Regency. Cully's is the only place that we played more than once, usually because they'd kick us out, So
yeah, it's a shame I missed the punk wave. It seems like a really exciting scene that existed in like the late 80s and 90s.
Some of it was lame, but there was some good bands, But and people, there was a band called Unteen. I don't know if you know Stu Sturgis, a little short guy. He don't come out much anymore. They had a female singer. What's her name? Amy. I don't know, but they played at Cully's and I think the Outland Ballroom and maybe the old Burgundy Room.
What is Coley's now?
Ooh, a sports bar maybe, or is that next to it? Well, yeah, next to Cully's used to be the old. My friend worked there selling shoes, and it's a sports bar. But I don't know what's in part of Cully's. I think it even been Hertz Donut in the beginning, or right in there. I don't know. There was,
Oh, is it hard? Is it downtown?
yeah, 417. Yeah, yeah, the
Harbells?
Harbells.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really close in that area, and Ken Oser sold the name to a place that didn't move down to by the bookstore and CC's Pizza and all that, and it was a brick building, like a new building, and it didn't last long with that name. It wasn't really a pub, Cully's was Ken Oser owned it, and he was a swimmer here for Jury, and then I think he coached some. I started going to Cully's. It was a press box next door, and then Cully's, and then they got both sides and started having music. But the stage was so small, but they didn't ever care how rowdy we got and if we tore shit up, and so we just kept going. But the bad part is I told Bob, don't book metal bands and punk rockers because people like to slam dance, and then metalheads end up getting pissed off and trying to swing. It's all about aggression. If you don't want to get banged around, then don't get out in the pit, and I got to where I was bad enough in the back that I didn't, I was like, I got to stay out of the pit because I can't take it.
Right.
So yeah, those scenes didn't go together, and there was a lot of fighting, and even when we go to court, I got a bunch of peace disturbances at my house for band practice, and the weird colored hairs and all that. And they're like, oh, this is part of that Violent Karma bunch, And fuck, I think I paid like $1,000 in a few months, and I finally turned the neighbor in for playing their radio just faintly. But the deal is the quiet hours after 11 or something, I think, or 10, nobody has to sign. They'll just give a ticket. But if it's before that and you're willing to sign it, it could be anything,
Can we
Well,
can
they
we
would
talk about like, because we started getting into the punk thing because we were talking about Nazis, right?
not
Um,
yes.
but like, I'll give you my opinion first, and you can kind of rebuttal to this. But I think the whole like idea that white supremacy is some kind of issue in America is like a total hoax. I think it's a joke. I think it's laughable.
I don't think
That's
there's any more. I don't think there's any more racism than there was. I think people are just more comfortable doing it now.
I've noticed, I've observed, even with myself. So, like I said, I was born in 1997. So I went to Willard. I was in Willard High School from 2011 to 2015. So when I was in middle school and like high school and stuff, um, as I was like, for example, like when I was a little kid, I was excited that I was alive when the first black president was coming in. I didn't know much about politics. All I knew was like, oh, this is historic. This is cool. Yay, go Obama. I didn't know any better. But I grew up at a time where we didn't really think about like identity politics. Like I didn't think about myself as like a white Christian conservative. That wasn't like a thing where I think the culture, I feel like there's been a resurgence of racism on all sides because of like identity politics and people like thinking about their ethnicity so much. And I think it's totally cool to be proud of your history. And I think people should be connected with their like family tree and know where they come from and what their history is and stuff. But I think the media has played a big hand in dividing us with identity politics and like black this and white that and gay this and straight that, like even like it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where every like hiring practices like this administration in the White House, it wasn't based off of, oh, who is legitimately the best person for this job. It's like how can we get the first this, how can we get the first that, how can I show that I'm the progressive president that the people that I sold myself to be, like I I think I still will say I don't think white supremacy is a big issue, but I do observe that the white people that I know are more conscious of their history and more conscious of their skin color than they used to be. There's a lot of conversations about race in the culture now where there wasn't
I
before.
do I do think that people are very scared. You're not going to convince me different. That,
What do you? You'll have to
that,
be more specific, Jack. I don't know
that
what you
the
mean by.
white people, that old white people are losing. I mean, we're evolving. We're being more accepting. There's more diversity, but they're losing their power, and that's what scares the fuck out of them. Things don't got to stay the way. And people always say, "Well, this is a God nation and God we trust. It's founded under no. This is supposed to be religious freedom. We
Yeah,
can't
but
just." People keep
yeah,
saying, "Well, they can't have they're not welcome in school. That's why they're having these shootings because God's not welcome there." No,
we,
everybody can pray in there to whatever God they want. It
well,
can't be led by a class.
if
It can't
anybody's
be
actually
led by the teacher.
if anybody's saying that seriously, they're crazy. Like, oh, shootings are happening at school because whatever you just said there. But like, I think the issue more so is like I believe it was John Locke who said, this form of government won't work unless it is created for a religious people. It's created for a moral people. So I think the issue ultimately gets to like it becomes a philosophical, somewhat like ethical question. Where do morals come from? What is right and wrong? Because that every piece of legislation, every law we pass is saying this thing is good and that thing is bad. So that's why politics are so hard now because people are running on different operating programs and our worldviews are so drastically like like transgenderism, for example. Like half the country believes what everybody's always believed, that there's two sexes, and then the DNC's campaign now is to try to get these like non-binary voters or whatever, so they're having to play this game and say the stuff, but it's like we know, like everybody knows that there's only two genders, and we're playing semantic games. Like it makes me think of in 1984 when they try to make the language a certain way so that the truth can't be spoken.
I don't feel like I can tell people how they're going to identify or what's going to make them happy.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to tell anybody who. My problem is when people tell me you must believe in my delusion. It'd be like a drug addict telling me that I have to pretend that they're sober or something. That's kind of a bad example, but like yeah, you can call yourself whatever you want in your pursuit of happiness, but that doesn't mean that I have to close my eyes and plug my ears and go, "You're not a man, you're a woman." La 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 la. Like, and it.
I have a friend that has a trans daughter.
How old?
And well, definitely drinking age. I don't know.
Okay.
I'd say probably 24. And she's moved to Illinois, I guess, where it was a little more acceptable. He thinks to be around, for her to be around him, has like a bad memory, like he's a son or a failed son, or
So
so.
it was
I,
a
a
boy
friend of mine,
that wants to be a girl.
a boy that is now identifying as a girl,
I got you. Okay.
and I have a friend that she's kind of got some problems, but she had has some art degrees, but she didn't get a teaching degree, and she'd worked at Roundtree. Is more like art and like study hall stuff. and I was doing some work on her mom's farm, and I had another guy with me, and I said something about he was getting married, and she said something about his kid, and she didn't understand it, and this, that, and the other, and said the kid was always such a good kid, and I said, would she not be now? Well, I just
Well,
don't understand it. And I said, and I don't understand it. I said, I don't fucking have to understand it. I'm just saying you have to accept it. That's the way it is.
You don't
I'm
have
not
to
going to
accept
say
it.
I'm going to have to get extra rights or whatever, but the bottom line is she can identify whatever she wants. I'm not going to change her mind, and I don't want to, because I don't have to live in maybe a lifestyle or something that I'm not, that maybe lead me to suicide or something, you know?
Well, and
I
that's what
definitely
that's the argument. That's the main argument that the left uses is oh,
It's
we
not an
must.
argument. I'm saying
No,
drinking's not for me. If I drank
well,
again, I would want to kill myself and have a gun in my mouth. I have had a gun in my mouth when I was fucking drinking. And I said, I don't want to live this way anymore. But I finally realized that I'm not being dealt a bad hand. I was the dealer. I was the one that needed a change. I was the only one that was going to make a change in me.
Jack, hear me
But
out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Because like with the transgenderism issue, especially with young females, there's been a lot of research done recently where young women, especially girls in school, but of course girls in their early 20s as well. This wouldn't really apply to the case we're talking about, but it's a big, like, women are susceptible to social contagions. So when I was in school, a lot of young girls were anorexic or bulimic. That was the social contagion of the time. But none of them really struggled with their gender identity. We had tomboys, nobody cared. Now, since this stuff's on TikTok and they're glorifying it in the media, these kids get these ideas in their head, and it's the new social contagion, but it's more dangerous because
So by the same measure, we could say, I remember being on, what was it? MySpace, and
okay,
people your age or younger were it seemed popular for every girl's profile to say that she was bisexual.
mm-hmm.
And I thought it was funny, you know, and I was like, well, maybe that's appealing to a bunch of people, but if I put on my profile that I was bisexual, I don't think it would be, you know.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, who am I to say, but
guys are attracted to bisexual chicks. Chicks typically aren't attracted to bisexual men, straight chicks
Yeah.
anyways. So that's funny. Yeah, there might be something to that. The problem, okay, so this is the thing, is like we had goths. Like there was always Hot Topic. Like we had weird kids that had like crazy colored hair and like dressed funny. We had that. But there wasn't an identity, like there wasn't a gender identity issue bound up in it. Now trans kids are like the new goths, but there wasn't hormones you put goths on. There wasn't surgeries for goths. There wasn't goth affirming therapy to like tell goth kids, you are goth. This is your true identity. You're never going to grow out of this. This is who you are. You're a goth. But with these new trans kids, we're like, yes, slay. This is who you are forever. Let's start giving you hormones so you can transition. It's fucking insane, dude. Like it's totally going to fuck these kids up bad, really bad.
Oh, I don't think anybody should be having reassignment or anything like that until they're definitely adult. You can't have any surgery without the consent of your parents, you know.
Not in Missouri. In some more liberal states, you actually can. You used to be able to in Missouri as well, but they changed.
I didn't
those
like
laws.
the idea that people were having breast augmentation when they were underage either, you know. But
that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah,
that shit blew my mind too.
So I don't think
adults should be doing it either. Like, I don't know how much you've looked into what it is, dude. Like a phalloplasty, where they like take the meat from their arm or their leg and make a fake penis, or with the dudes when they cut their dicks off and they make the hole for the fake vagina. They have to They have to keep
When
it dilated or it will heal shut because it's just a wound. Like, dude, this is
Yeah.
like medical malpractice. Like, what happened to the Hippocratic Oath? Like, even if adults want this done, I'm not convinced anymore that they should be able to get it because it seems very
When
bad for you.
so many years ago when I looked through it, I mean, looked through what it was about many, many moons ago, a lot of people could never get off again, and they ended up suicide or something, you know, because they're like, "What is this mess I've created?"
Right.
But like I said, I don't feel like I'm gonna have to tell people how they're gonna live out their life or their gender. I don't think they're throwing it in my face or making me want to accept their agenda or whatever. It's really none of my business. Like I
Did
said,
you
if they're adults and they want to do it, I
Did
mean,
you
I
see-
know people go through
did you
phases.
see-
I went through,
But we're like indoctrinating kids into this now. Like, did you see my video I did last year? It made a lot of people, I'm always upsetting the local music community and its associates, I guess. But like last year, I went to the Gay Pride Parade because it was oriented towards children. And they had a drag queen story hour in the middle of the parade. And they were giving out free gay books for kids. And I have footage of it. Did you see that video that I made?
no.
No. But there's a part in it where the drag queen is doing the drag queen story hour and everybody has like their like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like various ages of kids lined up. And the drag queen's reading is doing a song. Like, if you're a drag queen and you know it, say yes, queen. If you're a drag queen and you know it, click your heels. They're doing this like nursery rhyme, but about being drag and being trans and stuff. And then they read a book about like being a leftist. Like, it's like a leftist book for little kids about revolution and being gay. And I'm like, if you why are you trying to make your child mentally ill, with this stuff? Like, it's sex this it's drag is sexual, you know. What's made me so outspoken about this particular issue is because we're not even trying to preserve the innocent or just like appeasing psychopath, grown adult men in thigh high stiletto boots that tend to
I would
be
say there's
sluts.
people that I don't think they're really trying to promote people to have gay sex or anything.
Kind of seems like it sometimes.
I've never heard anybody trying to push that.
So, okay, here's a good example of it for you. The book banning topic, I'm sure you're aware of it. It's been a big topic of conversation in school board meetings, even school board meetings locally. We covered some of that on this show. But one of the main books that has been banned and there's been controversy about, and the left and Democrats will hold up as an example of a book that should be in schools, is you can or I can pull it up and show you if you want, but it's Boys, Not All Boys Are Blue or something like this. And it's got like, they like it because it's by a black author and it's about him growing up and being gay. And which, like, yeah, okay, I guess. But the reason the book shouldn't be in school and conservatives are so interested with it being not in schools is because there's several graphic sex scenes depicted in the book of gay sex, and actually even a scene where he is molested by his uncle. Um, but yeah, and then us conservatives, we get cast as, oh, they're just like the Nazis. They want to ban books and keep knowledge from people. It's like, all that conservatives are interested in is the appropriate content, like going to the appropriate age group as far as education goes. So
You mean
that
like
book,
Lauren Bobart, in a family Beetlejuice with all the stroking and shit going on there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't?
I really don't. What are you? What?
Lauren
Lauren?
Bobart from Colorado that goes to the Beetlejuice and is doing her vape in there that you're not supposed to be doing in there, and then like her and her boyfriend, like she's giving him a handy and he's like playing with her tits.
Who?
You
Why
didn't
should?
see any of that?
Who is?
You better look
who,
it up. Huh?
wait, who is that even?
Lauren Bobart. She's fucking
Why
in
should I
Congress.
care?
You don't know her? From Colorado?
She's a conservative from Colorado.
Yeah, and she would always be saying all this stuff about like you're talking about, but then she's out there in the
Oh,
public eye getting a handy and getting her tits filled up. She's
where was that happening at?
oh, I don't know, some theater of Beetlejuice. I can't imagine it wouldn't come up, but
She's kind of hot.
yeah, she's cute. Dude,
Yes.
she doesn't even have a high school education. She tried to move her seat into another part of Colorado because
Yo,
she thought it'd be easier to win. Her son's just been in there for breaking into cars. He had a girl pregnant at a really young age. I don't know. The
well,
father, her
if
ex-husband was a drug dealer. It's like
I mean,
they
we can play this game if you want. Like, ex-congressperson is a bad thing and has skeletons in their closet. Like, I could do the same thing for
no,
Democrats
everybody
all
does.
day long.
But don't be so fucking hypocritical. It's like Trump when he first went into office. I think his
What was
his
she?
wife.
What is she known for? Why are you calling her a hypocrite?
Talking about it's more of this like trans or no drag shows, and it's just how horrible it is, and they're trying to outlaw them,
Was
and
the
then
Beetlejuice show an adult show?
there was families in there. It wasn't an adult show. It's a theater, like you'd be going to Landers or something.
Forward, hot, giving
She
hand
just
job.
got she was trying to get on Trump at something recently and was so drunk that maybe she was at Mar-a-Lago and the Secret Service had to like pry her out of there. Yeah, she's a little wild. You just have to do the deep dive on that.
Interesting.
Like I said,
I've never heard of her.
you can find her on the left. That's what I find with a lot of people, though. It's like when I start to go on about different people in Congress or who they are, or Marjorie Green, or Comer, or anybody, they'd be like, "Who is that?"
I don't know. I'm not convinced that Lowen Bobart is like. Well, I see pictures of her with Trump and stuff. I know like Missouri politicians, and I know people
You're a
that are.
fan of Josh Hawley.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Josh Hawley.
Rev up the old insurrection, and then run out the fucking door.
Dude, I mean, that like Secret Service told him to run out. Like everybody in that video was jogging. It wasn't like a dead sprint. He was jogging where Secret Service told him to jog. And that's all you have on him. Oh, he's a pussy because he ran out of the Capitol. Duh. He's been really effective in Congress, man.
I like it.
He questioned Mark Zuckerberg. He's questioned the FBI. Like, I think he does a good job.
When the people went to his house and sang out in front peacefully and how horrible it was, and then he supports the insurrection. It's like the people that went to his house is like his wife is pregnant or whatever, and it's all horrible, and you show it, and it's like candlelight and hardly any noise, and then he says this insurrection is fake, and everybody was invited in. It's like
that's a false equivalence, dude. Threatening somebody at their house and trying to intimidate somebody at their home.
At their house.
If you know his address and you're standing in his yard, that's fucking a threat. That's a threat.
On the sidewalk. Okay, well, what about Nancy Pelosi and her husband then? I had friends that said, "Oh, I wish she would have been home."
Yeah, that's terrible, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That guy was a fucking maniac, by the way, too. That guy who attacked her husband. Like, he had right wing and left wing views. He was very fucking weird. Very. And then,
weird. So didn't Elon Musk go and say that it was some kind of queer?
That was one of the knee jerk reactions that a lot of people on the right had, was that they were having some kind of that he was a gay prostitute. And things had gone wrong, and people had kind of come to that conclusion because if you remember the footage, when the police show up, Nancy Pelosi's husband's kind of like, "Oh, this is my friend. like it's weird the way they're acting. So yeah, there was some confusion there. I think those rumors were dispelled eventually, though.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, do you know the guy that owns Red's Hamburger here, Campbell?
I can't say that I've met him. I don't know.
David Campbell. He started the Buckinghams, and he's been
Oh,
in the
wow.
media before. His daughter was having a Sweet 16 birthday party at some place, like a public place here, and she got like a new Camaro. I think a lot of people I know, like kids, were there. Well, there was a gay kid show up, and I guess he was going around the car and hollering or whatever. And I think David Campbell said, "Get that fucking queer out of here" or something. And well, he had to shut down his social media account. It wasn't the first time. He also, when they had the shooting in El Paso, I think it was at the Walmart, he said that was, I guess, basically another false flag. Try to get your hands on the guns and
Oh
this,
yeah.
that, and the other. So I've had my dealings with him too. He's kind of a shitty person. So I didn't know if you knew about that local.
No, I mean, honestly, those are pretty negative things to say about him, but I I can't say that I believe that he's just like an evil person because he called some flaming homosexual a queer, an annoyance, or jumped to some speculative conspiracy theory. You know, like he- I tend to admire people who are successful business owners because I know that that's fucking hard to do, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of like determination and grind, and not a lot of personality types can do that. That's honestly why I like Trump a lot, is because he's got that, you know. I don't know if you know this about me. You probably don't, but I wasn't a fan of Trump prior to him being president. I thought he was annoying, and I thought he represented kind of just like a lot of bad things. I used to be a lot more liberal when I was a teenager in certain regards, and I just always found Trump very annoying. And anyhow, after he became president and the media kind of like exposed itself by attacking all of these three-letter agencies, and a lot of things were exposed, and I saw what he was doing, and I saw how he couldn't be bought off. That's kind of what earned Trump as a
How
politician.
about
And
how about now?
I'm gonna vote for him still.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, how about now? You say he can't be bought.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's trying to put together the bond and has this guy that's a car dealer that can't come up with the money either. He claims he's got all this money, but he doesn't put it up. You know, I don't think he's ever been a billionaire. Um,
He was a billionaire when he became president. I mean, he sacrificed a lot of his wealth to do what he's doing now.
yeah, how about Jared? Did he sacrifice a lot to get the billions from Saudis, or
You can't just reference things and assume that I'm gonna know what you're talking about, because I'm not. We're not looking at the same shit.
Jared Kushner getting the money from the Saudis and having these golf tournaments and all this? What is all that about? We're worried about a few $1,000s that James Comer thought he had an aha moment on Hunter Biden because his dad gave him like $4,000 for a truck loan.
Well,
And
there
then you
was
got
there was hundreds of thousands of dollars going in and out of weird accounts with Hunter Biden, and the emails about the big man and setting up meetings with the big man and like Chinese investors and a ton of conflict of interest that should be investigated in court, but never will be.
But it didn't really go anywhere. James Comer's sitting here trying to have an impeachment. He can't even say what they're going to impeach him over, what the crime is. It's a joke, man. Seriously. I mean,
Well, that's
what do
why
they have? Nobody's been able to say it. And then they said they wanted to talk to Hunter Biden, and then when he gets there, he didn't want to do it in open court. He went there twice and said he was ready to talk to him and do it in open court, and Comer wouldn't do it. He got all freaked out. There's nothing. And the whole thing is where they say he said himself that he wasn't qualified to be on Burisma. Bullshit. The dude's an attorney. He's quite a bit sharper than Comer ever thought about being.
Man,
Yeah.
it's just weird. Like, I've literally seen
There's no
Hunter
dummies in
Biden's.
that family. Jill Biden's not a dummy. Joe Biden's not a dummy. Yeah.
They're not smart. Neither one of them are smart, dude. I've seen Hunter Biden's dick on the internet. I have seen the son of the president of the United States having sex with a prostitute high on crack. I have seen it with my own eyes. Dude, imagine if that was Donald Trump Jr. The media would still be talking about it. This was like 2 or 3 years ago.
I bet he would never in a million years do anything like that. And he certainly doesn't do drugs.
I'm not saying that he doesn't do drugs or have sex. I'm saying, well, Donald Trump Jr. actually is married, and I don't know, maybe he does some cocaine when he's partying. I don't know, but he's not a fucking crackhead fucking prostitutes all the time like Hunter Biden.
Yeah, well, he's an addict. And you know what? He's never been in his dad's cabinet. Huh?
You don't know that Donald Trump Jr. is an addict. There's no evidence for that.
No, I'm saying that.
Oh, Hunter Biden. I'm sorry. I got you.
He said that he's an addict. And he is in recovery. Yeah, he's done some stupid shit, but you know what? He's never been in Joe Biden's cabinet. They never have. They have nothing. This Russian information, this guy, this what is it? Oh, Smirnov. He's the one that's the FBI guy that has all the stuff. It turns out he's a Russian plant. So therefore, they really have no case. And who really has accounts in China? Who really had accounts in China? Donald Trump. Why does he have if he's all about American, then why does him and his daughter have these patents and have all this shit made in China? And you say,
his hats don't get made in China, but every business we need to quit that. But it's like, don't hate the player, hate the game, dude. That's literally how every business runs.
What is your thoughts on the CHIP Act?
Say again?
The CHIP Act that Biden passed, where we can start making our own computer chips and for cell phones, for vehicles, all that. Why didn't Trump do that if he's a great negotiator? Why would we want China to build all our chips if we're going to have any kind of defense system or anything? And if they designed them, wouldn't that be kind of fucking stupid?
No, I agree with you there, but I feel Democrats are like historically associated with like Chinese operatives. Like, who's that guy who fucked that Chinese spy Yang Yang? You remember that one?
The one that supposedly had a vendetta with Trump.
Yeah,
he worked under Comer.
Yeah, he was he
worked under James Comer.
Is that right? Yeah, I remember.
Comey.
Oh, yeah. Swalwell, Eric Swalwell. Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't want to. But yeah, he like had sex with a Chinese spy, was totally compromised, and then, and also
Chinese spies in Mar-a-Lago.
Listen to this though. So you believe in social programs. You know, I think they have their place in our free capitalistic society, but it's not. There's no socialists. Well, I guess there are some socialists on the right, but very few. Most of the socialists are on the left. And socialists tend to
social programs. There's a big difference.
No. I know. But it's kind of like
people want to call it socialist, and then here they are all in support of Russia. It's like,
let's not get
out of here with that shit.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. You don't even know where I'm going with this yet. Do you have many friends who are liberals?
Yeah.
Do any of them identify themselves as socialists?
No. I had people I clashed with that called themselves National Socialists back in the day.
Yeah, that's different. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Those are the socialists on the right I was referring to, if anybody's curious. But the socialists. I know people who are on the left and call themselves socialists. I often troll the Party for Socialism and Liberation in town, which is a thing. I don't know if you're aware of it, but they stage all. Okay, so like if you see protesters downtown with signs, they're probably associated with the PSL. Like they do a lot of the pro-Palestine protests. They do. They like they do it all. Like they have booths at Pride, and they have this is a local chapter in Springfield. The Party for
I
Socialism.
think I talked to them. My mom used to be in the Ozark Peace Network, and it busted up, and I think that's part of their
Well,
deal now or whatever. But
point in case, because your mom was a Democrat, and then one of the organizations that she was in splintered off into the PSL.
yeah,
So this is a thing that a lot of Democrat operatives are orbiting around, and the PSL is known for okay, so there's a guy in town, what's his name? Seth Goodwin. He plays in
yeah.
some bands and stuff, but he's like the leader. He's one of the leaders of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And he's literally told me that Mao wasn't that bad. And he actually, the numbers are inflated. Like he sounds like the nationalist socialist on the right, but just like defending Mao. Like, oh, Mao actually wasn't that bad. He didn't mean to starve all those people. It's like, yeah, but he did. Like, what the fuck? So like the point being is like China is the communist Chinese party. So if I feel like if people are going to be compromised by China, which people on the right are, granted, but I think predominantly operators on the left tend to be compromised and in the pockets of like China because they have ideological ties as far as
I
like
think for the first time, and fuck, I don't know how many years, fucking maybe 70 years, we may be starting to outproduce them.
I
The
don't
whole
believe
thing
that.
is what we were talking about earlier is with how you're judging the economy and everything. Of course, I get disgusted because stuff is a lot higher and I'm on a very low budget. And so I am paying more, it's supposed to be better.
You
But
feel it.
there's,
I know you
there's
feel it.
still a lot of supply chain that's gotten straightened up or trying to. Now we got this bridge down. We could go down rabbit holes, if that happened on purpose. But I know a lot of people, like, all these ports were all jammed up. And then people thought, well, they'll go around that and they'll go on the rail. And then they're raising prices on that. I mean, the whole COVID thing, yeah, it happened on Trump's watch. Of course, a lot of people were out of work. I understand that. But why did he try to spread all the disinformation about vaccines when him and Bill O'Reilly took those vaccines? And then he acted like he didn't. He went to Walter Reed and he got anything that he could get. And then he
This
acted like he
this
didn't.
this is one of my main criticisms of Trump. I have a handful of things that Trump has done that really fucking piss me off. That's one of them. Was like Project Warp Speed, and he's never he's never admitted that that was a mistake and that he could have done something different. Like he still brags like about how fast he got the vaccine out and
Or
blah
shut the
blah.
border. I mean, shut down the borders or letting people in, If
Well,
he literally,
but with the vaccine thing pisses me off so bad though, because he's like that. It's such an L, such an obvious L to even people on the right, and he's so like egotistical and like prideful that he's like, no, it was the best vaccine rollout of all time, and I did it. And I'm like, no, dude, like what the fucking let that one go. But
I didn't know what to think, and I was scared. Of course, as a kid, I had to get vaccines to go into school and everything else. And yeah, I still think there's probably side effects and
for
stuff.
sure,
Maybe part of my health problems. Maybe I have long COVID. Maybe some of it's caused by this. I have so many medications that have other side effects too. I don't know. But all I know is that a lot of people were dying and it went down a lot when people were getting vaccinated. There's still people that my highway patrolman friend was trying to tell me that Fauci should be hanged, and that he
I agree
didn't
with that.
take
But
his wife took the vaccination. She got it more, and his doctor told him he was doing better because he built up an immune system, and he didn't take it. So I don't know. You could argue that back and forth. All I know is that
I think the ventilators killed a lot of people, and we know that Fauci lied. Fauci's like lied to us. He lied.
But as far as just saying it's the way to make Trump look bad and it's all orchestrated, then why is it all over the world? To me,
no. I think my conspiracy theory with COVID is not that it was just to make Trump look bad. I think, well, okay, so there's a couple of theories. So, I mean, pragmatically, what it looks like happened is China was, and well, actually, there was people from the U.S. that were involved in that Wuhan lab, but they were creating this virus for some reason, doing this gain of function research. So it's man-made, it's from a lab. Okay, so, and we know that Americans were involved with it too, and we know that China tried to cover up when it got out of the lab. And so I don't know. I like, it's either like part of a plot to depopulate the world because there's a lot of yeah, people are worried about climate change. The elite are worried about climate change and think that they'll take care of the world better. So there is like a lot of stuff that indicates that like the 1% does want to wipe out a lot of the population. That would be my craziest conspiracy theory. Or I feel like more realistically, maybe China and some like bad actors from like other labs and stuff are trying to create like a deadly virus to attack us with, and then they accidentally let it loose in China. Those would be kind of my two main working theories with it, because we haven't ever actually got good answers other than it did come from Wuhan, which you were called racist for saying. People were called racist for calling it the China virus, and also were fired for not getting an experimental vaccine. Members of the military were fired for not getting that experimental vaccine. Major companies, I remember even at Carhartt, which is supposed to be like the blue collar man's fucking working gear, fired their employees for not getting vaccines. I lost my job. Nurses were fired if they didn't take the vaccine. It was unreal. It was fucking unreal.
Where were you at?
I was working at the Hotel Vandervoort as a dishwasher at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you're not working tomorrow because wet weather and heavy equipment, or what?
Well, I'm kind of in the same situation as you right now, oddly enough, where I work security on the weekends for a company. I work security at the Gloys, and then I'll pick up like odd jobs. And I just got laid off from my actual the job I was doing. So I was in Tennessee for like 6 months helping do a demo on a thing, saved up some money, got back home, got with this fencing company, helping build fence for cattle and stuff. Me and my boss didn't really get along, so he ended up like firing me when I got back from this weekend float trip. He still told me he'd give me a reference and stuff. So I've been about a week without like a W-2, like normal job.
Did that have something to do with politics or Facebook or anything?
2 weeks. Well, he's like more religious than I am. He's like a King James only, like lives out kind of like away from society, is homeschooling his kids and stuff. And I don't think he liked like my lifestyle and maybe the kind of way that I talk and the fact that I like to play secular music and stuff. I don't think he liked that. I'm not saying that's why he fired me, but I don't think he liked being around me. I think I was stressing him out or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, I've worked for, I mean, my last long gig was having my food truck. It was about 5 years, but I just finally realized after I quit Hardy's Truck Parts in like 203, I can't work for people that make me unhappy. It'll drive me back to drinking, and I'll just want to kill myself. It won't be worth it. I'd rather be broke than unhappy. I own my own house, and I have for many years. I haven't had any debt or charge cards or anything since like mid-90s. And
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man.
I
You got a
just
good
go without,
situation.
if I can't. I just know I'm like my dad. I'm not cut out to work for other people. I gotta march to the beat of my own drum. So
Maybe this
it's
might be
never.
too personal of a question, but do you use government assistance or? Because
I'm on Medicaid.
okay, well that's like insurance, right?
Yeah, so I can have health care or whatever because I couldn't afford it, or under
Yeah,
the
well,
Obamacare that Trump wants to kill.
right. Yeah, I'm not very informed about that stuff really.
I just
I would
I don't
I'd probably
understand.
I'd judge
He's
you a little
talking
bit if
about it.
you're like I got an EBT card. I'd probably judge you a little bit for that, but
No, I don't. But
me neither.
no, but like I said, I have been to cross lines a time and Schweizer's because I didn't have any food, and my girlfriend makes pretty good money, and she would help out. But I was like, look, I help people out. I'm gonna, you know, take it. It's not like government, it's I don't know,
Yeah,
churches and
what?
stuff locally,
Yeah,
but
I've never
I'm not
refused
sure.
I've never refused a free meal in my life.
Yeah. But I mean, it is kind of weird being on the other side of the table where you're serving all these meals and then now but I always thought, some people would be like, oh, you're having this shit and it don't taste good or it's too spicy and a friend of mine that used to help me that was homeless, he's like, man, shut the fuck up. It's free. Give it to somebody else or whatever. You don't have to run your head, be thankful you're getting some. And I am a picky eater. So I may say, I don't want to eat that. It's got onions on it or lettuce. So I don't know. Like I said, I believe the thing that's bothered me about Trump is during when he came in, they killed a lot of programs that were even like art programs and, just run the gamut of like after school programs. Well, the reason I probably do well with homeless is because I don't have a lot of money and I can identify with them. If you never went to a public school or it's kind of hard to put yourself in those shoes, I guess.
Yeah,
So
I do
that's
see Trump as a man of the people now. Like he definitely has not lived like us, but I think he's a pretty I mean he's a real person and he lived in New York and people try to call him like racist or like homophobic or whatever, but you can't really live in New York and be either of those things and exist.
he, did-
It's so
he wasn't
diverse.
he wasn't too quick to denounce a bunch of them. I'll say that. And he sure acted like he didn't know David Duke, and he never knows anybody when they turn bad. He didn't know Jeffrey Epstein, but seems to be
Well,
a hell of a lot of photos with him. And
he knew Jeffrey Epstein. He banned Jeffrey Epstein from one of his resorts shortly
yeah,
before Jeffrey Epstein died. Actually, but he oh fuck, you said oh what was I gonna say? Yeah, I feel like he's very he's in touch with what like rural people want, like farmers and like blue collar people and like hardworking normal people. Where I feel like Joe Biden is like appealing to Hollywood elites. Like he's like Taylor Swift has the same politics as Joe Biden. You know what I mean?
oh, I wasn't a big Swifty fan, but when I saw how much money she gives out, uh, yeah, I'm okay with not liking her music and her giving out a lot of money.
I've heard she's quite charitable. I do
Yeah.
the one thing I can say that's good about Taylor Swift, and I always bring this up when she comes up, is she's inspired a lot of little girls to play the guitar, and I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm not a fan of her
Well,
music.
I saw a video of her going on a holiday, I think like Christmas or Thanksgiving, to some old man's house, like a 90-something-year-old vet, to play him a private show with her parents just on a flat top and a microphone in his living room because maybe he was in bad health or there wasn't going to be any shows around where he was. And he was asking, what days will they be around? And I thought that was pretty effing cool myself. But
She came from like pretty humble beginnings, I guess. The problem with Hollywood elite is it's kind of like, and I don't know how you'll feel when I say this. Like, are you a Freemason or anything like that?
no, huh?
Okay, so it's kind of like a fraternal club in a way where they have like
Yeah.
secret rites of passage
I know what it is. My grandpa was a high shrine, like sword dancer. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, my grandpa was a Shriner too. Well, I'm saying Hollywood is kind of like that, where there's secret rites of passages and certain parties that you have to go to and certain things that happen. And it's like a
You mean
big,
like Pizzagate?
no, not that specifically. I mean more like weird parties in the Hollywood Hills where people like, I mean more like an eyes wide shut kind of party is more of what I'm talking about. Um, which that movie got Stanley Kubrick killed, by the by. Uh,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we could talk about Pizzagate if you want. I think Comet Ping Pong, that pizza parlor, that kind of where did that start? 4chan or something like that. I think that there was some fucking weird shit going on there,
But there
probably.
wasn't even a basement there. So these people run in there with arms thinking they're going to go to the basement of this thing, and it was all bullshit.
Are you sure there wasn't a basement at Comet Ping Pong?
Yeah.
Because I thought that's where they performed. There was like an upper level and like a lower level where the bands played.
I, I didn't think there was, but I don't know. I hear all this crap, and of course,
They're
it's no different than Jewish space lasers or any of this stuff. It's like,
well, it is it
wow.
is it is different because a lot of the emails that were leaked between like Anthony Podesta and like other like Democrat operatives and like some elite like artists and like entrepreneurs and stuff, there was weird coded emails where they're talking about parties where, oh, we're gonna have cheese pizza, oh, make sure you have pepperoni pizza. So the theory is that they weren't, because these are billionaires, why would they be talking about in like private emails about ordering
So there's
pizzas?
sex trafficking or something.
So
I don't.
cheese pizza is young girls and pepperoni pizza is young boys. And that you can see the artwork. Like Anthony Podesta has this artwork by this famous artist. I forget his name, but like they have all this weird art in their houses with like children being like fetishized and like beaten. Like the artwork in Anthony, I think it's Anthony Podesta or Podesta's house. Like there's too many weird things. Yeah, there's some of the weird artwork here. I'll pull this up on screen so you can see some of this shit. Um so that's like one of the pieces of art that's in his house, like this weird emaciated, contorted golden body, which is like kind of foreboding. Let's see. There's one piece of artwork in particular that I found so repulsive. Oh yeah, it's this thing. Like, okay, these are a bunch of young girls bound, and they look to be like red on their little buttocks and hands, and like like this art. This is from Tony Podesta's art collection. Like, that's fucking creepy. That's pedophilic and quite frankly, just like, yeah, I see why people came up with Pizzagate if this is the artwork in your fucking house. And then a lot of these, so there's a woman named Marina Abramovic, and she's a modern artist. She's pretty famous, has associated with like a lot of elites, but she does like modern art. So she's done all kinds of stuff where it's like she did one display where it was a couple, like a man and a woman, and they cut off a piece of each other's arms and ate each other's flesh. And she does a lot. So she did a thing called a spirit cooking, which was one of these big weird Hollywood parties where they make a cake that looks like a person and they eat it, which is like a weird ritual. And then there's people like Katy Perry that that did music videos evoking these spirit cookings, and so there's like this weird like satanic club in Hollywood, you know. So it's no wonder that people are coming up with theories about what they're actually getting up to.
Well, it's like going back to Taylor Swift with a Super Bowl, and she was, they're going to have the Chiefs win it, and she's going to announce that she's in support of Joe Biden. It still
I
hadn't happened.
saw that. I saw that. That was fucking stupid.
I
Well, that's
I
kind of
don't
like
know.
the eclipse, dude. Like I was so annoyed by my like Christian and like right-wing friends on Facebook because they're all like resharing this thing about all these meridian
Doomsday.
lines and this is gonna happen, that's gonna happen. I'm like, nothing is going to happen. Like the eclipse is going to happen, and
Yeah,
that's
we've
it.
been through eclipse before. I've seen them, in my
Yeah,
years on the planet, but
they ain't even that rare. There was one last year, I remember, if memory
yeah.
serves.
I don't know. I remember watching one a few years back with a friend on Kearney, and I took my welding helmet out there and was
Yes.
working at a friend's car lot, and we look at it a little bit, and then I go on. I mean, I
Yeah.
stopped at a come and go this year, and a guy hands me a pair of glasses, and I look up, cool,
Yeah.
went on, got back in the van. But
Yeah.
the lighting and everything, it feels weird, and my girlfriend's pet started acting weird, but it
I mean,
didn't.
it looks crazy. Like this year, I was driving T-post out in Morrisville with my coworker when I was still working for this fencing company, and we didn't have we didn't have a welding hood or anything, so we had like 6 pairs of sunglasses. We took a look at it, and of course, the sky changed. It was kind of spooky. I was listening to like Slayer just because I'm like, oh, this is like the right atmosphere. And then last year when it happened, it was I was in Tennessee, and we did the same thing. We had a welding hood out there, and we looked at it that way. Highly recommend the welding hood for observing an eclipse. Seems to be
Yeah,
the
I
way to
didn't
go.
have it this year, and like I said, I mean, I have one here, but I didn't bring it with me. And then the guy said nobody had glasses, and he had a business over there by the come and go. And he said, so I went and bought a bunch. And he was just letting people randomly. I thought he was giving them to me at first, but he's wanting them back. But I wasn't going to stand there for an hour and look at it, so
Right,
I
fuck
moved
that.
right along. I was like, I'll get to see it on TV, just like the supermoons. I don't take very good pictures with my camera, so I know that somebody's going to post a sweet one, and I can look at it there if I want to. But I don't
Mhm.
know. I just like say there's too many things about now they're doing all these side by sides, and I don't think Joe Biden wanted to get nasty or say that Trump smells or he does this or that, but it's like Trump goes on there all day long, and all he does is whine about how everybody's getting over on him and the room's cold. And well, maybe you shouldn't do all these crimes if you don't want to show up in a cold courtroom and not be able to campaign. You
So
know?
what crimes do you think he actually committed? Because I mean, most it seems like bogus to me. Like, yeah, like the files that he had that he like declassified, and then like you said, even Joe Biden had some in his
Yeah,
garage as well. Like it's pretty
Mike
common.
Pence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people have, but the difference is that like Joe Biden people totally cooperated and said, "Yeah, I'll go get it" or whatever, and he didn't have to renegotiate it several times and have a lawyer falsely put on there. This lawyer incriminated herself, saying that all the stuff was gone, which maybe they didn't even know if it was gone.
I mean,
Surprise,
you can
it's
see
more.
that this isn't because he's a criminal, it's a political attack, right? Because like these DAs that are prosecuting him got
Well, how about that?
elected.
Have you been watching the trials on the hush money?
I don't have time. I really don't
Yeah,
have time.
I make time because it's important to me.
You watch
And
like the
when
whole
they
trials?
I try to watch as much of it as I can. Because I don't want to say, well, I heard, or I mean, when they're actually showing a check that he signed, uh, Dershowitz is now back in prison because he lied again under oath, and he took notes of it, saying that they were going to pay Michael Cohen back more of it than what the 130,000 or whatever they were going to pay him more. It got up to 400 and something thousand because it needed to look like attorney's fees, and then they said, well, we want him to be able to pay the taxes, which is
I
totally unlike Trump because he usually doesn't want to pay anybody, but that's the way it negotiated out. And David Pecker doing these catch and kills for him with the Inquirer. uh I don't know if that was
oh,
illegal, but the hush money is definitely illegal.
I saw something about the Inquirer. Yes. I was reading an
So
article
the
about
whole
that
David
today.
Pecker thing, they were friends, and he was doing the catch and kill. Which, like I say, I don't know if there's anything illegal with that as long as you didn't pay for it with campaign funds. But the hush money, came from campaign funds. Michael Cohen went to prison for it. Nobody bitched about that and said he didn't do it. He was directed to do it by Donald Trump. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of hard to dispute when they have the
They just
actual note, the
they
check,
put
and
a.
everything else.
I thought it was odd that they put Trump on a gag order.
Well, Michael Cohen said that, I mean, of course, the threats, he's already went to jail. They got him out of jail, I think because of COVID. Maybe he'd had a shoulder surgery before he went in. But anyway, they let him out. I think because they were letting people out because of COVID and they didn't want him to get it. But they were like going to put a gag order on him and said he couldn't write a book or talk about it, which
So
is, again,
Michael,
his First Amendment right. So they put him back in jail. Trump has a lawsuit against him from talking about it, and then he doesn't want to show up to court or do any of the depositions because he knows he's wrong. And I don't know. It was, like I said, it was good enough for Michael Cohen to go to jail for being involved in the scheme, but Trump, no, he didn't do it. It's not him.
well,
He had a hand in it somewhere.
Michael Cohen's a Democrat. Like Trump was telling Michael Cohen to do something, is what you're saying?
Trump was a Democrat. Why? Ask yourself why Bill and Hillary would be at his wedding and be at all these parties together. Well, probably because Bill's a freak. And that people always throw that up to me. Well, he was on Jeffrey's plane. And I said, and if he was fucking having sex in other countries with minor children, then he needs to be prosecuted too. I mean,
Well,
yeah, I
Trump,
voted for him. I didn't know that.
Trump was like a well, at least you can admit that. That is like, yeah, true. Too true.
Another Democrat, I met John Edwards here, and I wanted to vote for him for president. And then it comes out that, he's having an affair with his wife, on his wife, and she's dying of cancer. And
Oh,
I just
fuck.
guess he wasn't the character I thought he was, but I met him here at, I think twice at Labor Day parade and shook hands with him and talked with him. And
It's crazy.
the thing I liked about Bill Clinton, and you can say a lot of bad stuff about him, I don't think that it's good that Hillary may have had something to do with like keeping people quiet and she stayed together with him. I think because they know they can't hold any office or go higher without one another,
Well, they're kind of like they're Midwesterners as well. They're from Arkansas.
Yeah. But the one thing I can say about him, and my brother and everybody can dispute it, that he come from George Herbert Walker, whatever, the Bush Senior. He come in right after him in a horrible, disastrous economy. Had us in the black.
I wasn't alive, so I don't even know. Just
No
take your word
deficit.
for it.
So then he passes it on to Trump Jr. 2 terms, the Iraq War.
You mean Bush Jr.?
Yeah. Yeah. Runs it all up. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Clinton came in after Senior.
Mm-hmm.
He totally had us in the black after 2 terms, no debt. Then turns it over to Junior, who gets us in a war and a bunch of other bullshit and totally tanks us, runs up a bunch of deficit.
Well,
And then
that's
along comes Barack Obama. And what's he do? He kills our economy, fucking makes it great. Ask Jason Sherrill. That's how he got his job back at the paper. There's no disputing that in my book. You can not like his policies or whatever. You not like his Affordable Care Act. You can not like a lot of things about him. But Trump inherited that, and he said it was a mess. No, it wasn't a mess. And that's what he wrote off in the beginning. And then he totally fucking tanked it with all his tax cuts for the ultra rich, and he fucking ruined it.
That wasn't a thing.
Yeah, it was a thing. You need to look it up.
Tax cuts for the ultra rich. Like what, Bill?
All these oil companies. The first thing he did, he becomes president, right? He hadn't taken office yet. He gives Secret Service the slip and goes out to this club in fucking New York and tells all his rich family friends, don't worry, I'm going to get your taxes down. And that's what I said. He trims all these social programs out and shit.
According to who?
Look it up. Look it up. Why did he leave he moved their taxes down to 21%, which everybody knows they all find loopholes. Probably don't even pay 14%. They left yours at 39%, and it was set to go up. It's still going up. We're still on the Trump till 25. We're still on the Trump tax plan. So how can you cut all that out, make their taxes, the rich, his, lower than ours? 39% is what you're paying. So how are you going to make that up?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't believe in like a flat tax rate or anything. And I think giving business owners tax cuts does stimulate the economy, actually, is good for the economy.
He cut out a bunch of, he said, job killing regulations, which in turn killed a lot of people, like these train derailments and shit like that. Yeah, it definitely did. But who didn't make money? Didn't make me any money.
Hold up. How is Trump responsible for the train derailments? But like the train derailments that are happening under Biden's watch?
The regulation was still cut by Trump. That
what
they
regulation?
Have to, when they have their safety and all these, like planes or anything else, when they inspect them, they have all these regulations, and they cut all that out. Just also like the emissions and the smog, because it saves them money. You're the one. You're the one going to be living next to Kerr McGee or a fucking coal mine or something. They're not.
You ever see those clips of Trump in the 80s where he was saying if America ever got bad enough, he'd run for office? You see that?
Yeah, and I know he saved us. He really saved us. From what?
I know, right? Dude, he's the best president in my lifetime by far.
Come on, dude. Like I said, I've been following politics since I could listen to a conversation. Why is he not endorsed by any unions?
Because unions are communist shitholes. Are you kidding me?
You know what? I grew up as a union kid. That's why my mom could stay at home while we went through like grade school and junior high and take care of us. Why my dad had a union job at Daco, and we had a house and a new car, and we all had health insurance. I could go to the dentist. I could go to Turning Point.
I'm not criticizing
a lot of things.
I'm not criticizing men who are tradesmen, okay? But the way that unions work, like I have friends who work in the trade unions. Like my buddy Jesse works with Seth Goodwin, who is the head of the Party for Socialism, and he works in a trade union, and he's a socialist. And it's like, and the politics in this like trade union are like pretty liberal for whatever reason, because it's a trade union, because it's like a socialist kind of idea. So
we enjoy a lot of stuff because there was unions before us. Just because they're not popular now, I mean, that's why we enjoy overtime pay and weekends off, and you can negotiate a fair wage. It's like
for sure. There was.
I mean, I get tired of people saying, "Well, we raised the minimum wage to $20. What's that do to our McDonald's hamburger?" I was like, "What's it do to the CEO or Papa John's?" That's another example. Yeah, you raise the food cost, you raise the minimum wage, but they still give themselves a big ass fucking raise. The CEOs,
if you raise the minimum wage of like remedial level jobs like that, all you do is remove the humans from it, because it's like have you seen there's footage of
McDonald's or Burger King said, well, we're going to automate. If you do that, they're going to automate anyway. That's what the kiosks and all that's about. I mean, they're going to automate as much as they can, and so does auto industry or anybody.
A new welder
fresh out of school, going to working in a warehouse, doing MIG or TIG or whatever, fabricating, it's going to start from like $20 to $25 an hour.
And
They
this,
should be. So
and
the
this,
McDonald's worker should be making as much as the welder? No, like no, absolutely not. They don't
if
deserve it.
inflation would have kept up with minimum wage, it'd be like $45 an hour now. I get tired of people saying too. I worked at SRC. It wasn't really a
But what does
skilled
that
labor.
do to the dollar? That's like you can't just like money is
We're,
it like you
we were
can't just
going, we were going on about how we're suffering here at home, but we can get in other countries. We're the richest country in the world, and we can't have health care or low drug prices because of greed. It's not because we can't feed everybody, it's we can't feed the rich.
well,
Donald Trump says he got a $14 million loan from his dad to start out, and like he paid it back.
I thought it
No,
was a $1 million loan.
his dad squirreled away all this money when he was really young so he wouldn't have to pay taxes. He gave it to him. Nowadays money, it would have been the equivalent of $350 million. If he'd have never done a fucking thing, he'd be a lot richer than he is right now, and he wouldn't be sitting in court.
Yeah, well, he's taken a bullet for the American people and
No,
the working
he
man.
took a bullet. He took a bullet for himself. That's all Trump cares about is himself.
I disagree. I think he's proven that he.
He's a Bible salesman. Come on, man.
There's
You
nothing
sold the
wrong
gold.
with. There's nothing wrong with selling a Bible.
He's out raw dogging some fucking porn star
Dude, okay, I don't
and
need him
having
to
to pay
be.
hush money.
I don't need
Huh?
him to be. I don't need him to be a moral character. I need him to be an effective politician. I'm not. I don't
Well,
need. I don't need Mother Teresa. I need somebody who can intimidate Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and can rub elbows with the fucking most high level thugs in the world.
have you
And can.
seen? Come on, have you seen him on
Do you
TV
think?
talking to
Do you
Vladimir
think?
Putin?
Do
He's
you
gonna
think,
stop Putin. He
bro?
trusts him over our own military intelligence. It's
He's
like he's a total pussy. He
listen
ain't
to
gonna back
he's
nobody down.
not. He's not. Listen to me, dude. Have you think they respect Joe Biden? Do you think that other countries fear
I
us?
guarantee you, if we're gonna put sanctions on him, Joe Biden's gonna put them on him. He ain't gonna lift them.
It's interesting
Joe Biden's no pussy.
Russia didn't invade Ukraine until Joe Biden was in office. It's interesting that Hamas didn't attack Israel until fucking Joe Biden was in office. It's almost like Trump conducted some kind of power and sway on the world stage, and people feared him because he was fucking kind of insane, and everybody knew it.
Kind of like Kim Jong, and he disarmed and everything else. I love how Trump props up all these fucking little dictators.
He doesn't prop them up. He has relationships with them because you have to, because they're other world leaders.
He didn't get Kim Jong to disarm, did he? He made him think he was a power.
You can't.
He made him think he was a power. He made him worse.
Dude.
Yep. He wasn't relevant until Trump made him that way.
Did you see fucking what is the governor of California? People were saying he was going to run for president. Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom.
Did you see him hanging out with Xi Jinping? Just like being like a guest of honor and like being fucking like buttered up just to like like dude, it's like clearest case of.
Do you think that China was really in Joe Biden's pocket? Why would he take all that money out of their pocket?
No, Joe Biden is in China's pocket.
So how would it make China any money if we started the CHIPS Act here?
Has that gone into production?
Yes. Of course.
Biden, chip act.
It's not going to be. Yeah, we're not going to be totally independent, or we wouldn't have TVs or cell phones or anything else.
So you're telling me most of the chips in the United States aren't produced in Taiwan to this day? Because I'm thinking they probably are. Let's see. We have April 15th, 2024. Statement from President Joe Biden on Chips and Science Act preliminary agreement with Samsung. I signed the Chips and the Science Act to restore U.S. leadership in semiconductor manufacturing and ensure America's consumer business and military maintain access to the chips that underpin our modern technology. So this is from a couple days ago. This hasn't gone into effect yet, man.
To
Um, I signed the chips in, but well before the law was passed, I was working to address supply chain vulnerabilities. I like how this is written like it's Joe Biden, like saying this. This included my trip to the Republic of Korea, where I visited Samsung's Pyeongtaek campus to see one of the largest semiconductor manufacturing facilities in the world. Now, nearly 2 years later, I'm pleased to announce a preliminary agreement between Samsung and the Department of Commerce to bring Samsung's advanced semiconductor manufacturing and research and development to Texas. This announcement will unleash over $40 billion in investment from Samsung and cement Central Texas' role as a state of the art semiconductor ecosystem, creating at least 21,000 jobs, blah, 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 develop workforce, support the production of some of the most powerful chips in the world. Yeah, I'm not mad about that. That's cool. Yeah, that seems like a good thing, unless there's something like snuck in the back door that I'm missing here. Like, yeah, I like that actually. That's not bad.
yeah, I like it. I'm all about manufacturing stuff here.
Me too, man. It's like I was talking to my buddy Jesse about this. Like, the idea of homesteading. I want America to be like totally self-sufficient. That's my dream. That's my vision for
Here's my
America.
thing. I went into charge card debt. I went out to California, was drinking a bunch, run up a bunch of charge card debt, and I was heartbroken from a deal here. I went everywhere my brother said not to do, gotten more shit, thinking somebody'd kill me and I'd be done with that. Well, I came home and still had charge card debt. I ended up settling it for 50 cents on the dollar. Decided my grandpa came over and told me about, he lived through the Depression, and he said it'll be back. I think he died in 2004. And
Oh wow.
lo and behold, everybody came. It did come true. Here's the big recession, and
But we're in it
everybody
right
I
now.
know started doing tiny living and having chickens and doing gardens.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
it didn't take long that everybody's already back in debt, and we're about ready to crash here again because people were buying a bunch of shit on time. Which, if you got a family, which I don't, you don't have any choice when gas is high or food's high and shit, and you got to support your family. Then I guess you go into debt.
Was that a conscious decision to not have children, or was it a timing thing?
A what?
Did you decide to not have children, or did the timing of it just like never work out?
Well, actually, I think I must shoot blanks. Don't know that for sure. Everybody in my family's been married at least 4 times. And I just thought I'm not going to throw my hat in the ring. And I quit dating for I don't know how many years, from 98 till I met my girlfriend now right during COVID, and we've been together. But
oh, that's a big gap. Damn.
I just really don't want to play house or I don't know. I saw family members fighting over their kids and custody and how nasty it was. And like I said, it just never came up that I was having, but it wouldn't have been planned. If I did, for sure, it would have been accidental. I mean, I hadn't been with somebody and say, hey, let's get married or have kids or anything. So,
yeah.
But it's probably a blessing. I kind of have my dad's patience and anger a lot. I try to work through it, but
no, you ain't so bad. The fucking
well, I don't know if it would have.
I mean, other than that time you swirlied that dude after your sound check, I think that was a little uncalled for, but
yeah. Well, there was a lot of that between me and my friend Chris of Violent Karma, and very lucky not to be sitting in prison over bullshit we would do when we were drunk. So,
well, man, I know you didn't ask, but like since we're talking about the topic, like I think that's something that's made me interested in politics, because I know that one day I want to make a family and
Well, my light
Yeah.
just started doing crazy shit. You know, so I have some stake in the future of the country where, you know, well, even if I didn't have kids, it's like I got nephews and nieces, you know, they're like 5 and 6, and like the world's going to be theirs. They're inheriting this stuff, and I want to have my own family. And it's like, dude, I really, people have such a bleak worldview now where they think we're going to have a civil war or the world's going to end, you know, and it seems like the fall of the West, but I'm really hopeful that we can turn the ship around and like have a time again where America's prosperous and survive for maybe a few more centuries at least.
I
I
mean,
believe that.
I have to look back on the times. Like I said, to me, it's gotten worse and worse. The dollar, and like I said, I think it is run by greed. I just get tired of seeing the American dream go away. And I have friends that work so hard and have kids, and they struggle to get by. And I don't know how they keep doing it or keep marching forward, you know. And then they want to think maybe Trump's the answer. He's listening to us, and I'm like, I don't know. I just don't believe that way. His actions
I,
don't show it. It's kind of like working with the Loves. Like I said, they're Christians. They don't put a Bible or a pamphlet in your hand. They don't tell you how Christian they are. They go out and work and do it. They prove it. They
right.
walk the walk. And I didn't want to be that guy with my homeless feeding and my Janice. I wanted to do something that would make my mom proud, you know.
Let me try this angle on you because I'm trying to soften you up to Trump. I'll be honest with you, because I so I think it's kind of a mark of authenticity, the amount of persecution he's received for holding popular right-wing opinions. Because I mean, you kind of you see my shit online. You may have not seen some of the stuff that like more of like the younger like Outland scene is involved with and stuff, but I have had terrible accusations about me made, and people have threatened my family, and I've been kicked out of several bands for my politics. Like I have experienced um like discrimination, I guess. Like I don't I don't feel like, oh, like I don't feel a way about it. It's just, but I know that if you're I know through my own personal experience that if you are on the right and you are outspoken about your politics, you will face repercussions, especially in the art world. So I feel like the like Hollywood
Man,
like
this is a
business
red
world.
state. This is a red state.
You're fucking telling me, bro.
And you don't think that I don't hear it from people from being a leftist or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, but listen to me, bro. So somebody like me, and I think things are going to change, and I think I'm going to help change things in town because there are bands that I see have like more right wing fans and whatever, but like most of the big artists in town consider themselves liberals. And the the conservatives are afraid to speak their minds. Meanwhile, the liberals are super duper outspoken and are activists.
What
Like
about Nick
so,
Sibley? You got to know him.
okay, Nick Sibley's
The rural
compromised.
chapel, his friend, and they're on totally different.
Nick Sibley is complicit in this shit to an
I
extent.
could not be rural chapel and be best friends with him. You know.
I don't know how they get along. I agree with you. It's a total anomaly. But listen to me, man. I was literally about to talk about the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. So I went to Molly Healy's Green Day, right? The big festival they do,
Yep.
because I got some free tickets, and I always wanted to see the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. They were some of my like local heroes. You know, they were the ones that put us on the map. They had the big hit. They were famous in
I
the
grew up with
70s.
the original members, not the two that are left.
Oh, that's what's up. Maybe we can talk about that in a minute, but I want to make this point to you because, okay, so at this Green Day Earth Day festival, where a drag queen read books to kids, and then before I saw the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, what they did is had a guy that's running as a Democrat for Congress against Josh Hawley get up on stage and give a speech about how Josh Hawley to fix things and I'm a Democrat. And then Rural and Nick get up on stage and they do their Ozark Mountain Daredevils thing. And Nick Sibley is a fucking conservative, but it's like he's still at an event that's promoting a Democrat operative and has drag queen story hour at it.
I wonder why,
Conservatives-
because he's getting paid money.
That's exactly it. And there's other people in town that are the same way. Tom Hembry, he's a libertarian. He's a sound guy. You probably know Tom, but he, we agree on a lot of stuff, but then he'll go and run sound and get a payday for doing like a King's thing, or Ivy Schultz or whatever her real name actually is. I forget now because we've been on the outs for so long, but like it's very interesting because these people can like put their politics on the stage and sell it and get praised for it. Meanwhile, I go, hey, I'm not sure about dudes in dresses reading books about being gay to kids, and all of a sudden I'm kicked out of bands and called a racist, and people try to like make shit up about me and try to fight me and like but like so I'm trying to like wear authentic and just be honest about what I believe and not back down from these fucking pussies that try to like control my life and tell me oh, you can't play here anymore because you got kicked out of that band. Suck my dick. I'll start a new band and play wherever I want, so I'm not doing things
my friend that died of cancer that I've known since I was 5, when he was young, skinhead or punk rocker in the movement, he wrote like, more like Democrat material. But his parents were Republican. He was Republican. He was a total Trumper. We tried not to talk about it, but if I nailed him down on anything, then he said, "Oh, I'm not going to vote, and it doesn't matter." And I was like, "Yeah, that's the easy way out," But it was hard. He's one of my oldest friends. Huh?
He must have really liked you. He must have really liked you if he didn't want to argue with you about that.
Well, I mean, he would at one time, and he stayed glued to Fox News. And I gave him this giant TV, and it was in his shop, and he used it for a computer monitor. And then he'd show me those black twins that are conservatives, like that was going to change my mind.
The Hodge twins, yeah, bro,
like,
the Hodge twins.
Like I said, I'm not the sharpest tag, and I may not always be able to remember what I want to say or whatever, but I've been following the shit for a long time. And one thing I know, like I said, for sure, that not very many Republicans are going to get supported by any unions. And to me, like I said, unions may have morphed into something different, but what they started at and what I grew up under and the privilege was pretty fucking good.
I just remembered. I thought the unions had always kind of been corrupt and stuff because wasn't the mob involved with the unions?
But they still, like I said, got people a fair wage. They got them. Yeah, they would go and kick ass and burn shit. Yeah, they definitely would.
Well, it sounds cool when you put it that way.
Yeah. Hoffa was, you got to watch the Hoffa movie. It was some crazy shit. But lots of people's lives were better for it, not just the few, Yeah, and he definitely made money off of it. But like I said, his workers had fair working, like conditions and everything, and were able to negotiate it. Now you don't really have that.
Next time you come on this show, we're gonna get your Republican brother on, and we're gonna have you guys hash it out.
Yeah, we haven't spoken since like 2013 or 14.
That's fucking sad, man. You should try to reconnect with him.
Well, my sister would always say, "Well, maybe we should go to lunch. And you guys should work it out." And I said, "Well, we've never really had a relationship. He's always been a cock to me and tried to beat on me till I got old enough that I wasn't going to have that anymore." And I said, there wouldn't really even be a relationship to repair. I feel bad too because my dad and his brother are the same way. And I'm like, am I one of those people or one part of it? My dad's brother wouldn't come to his mom or dad's funeral because my dad was there. And
man, don't you have nephews or nieces?
Yeah, my brother adopted 2 kids with his last wife. I guess maybe she wasn't able to have. He'd already had a daughter. And yeah, it sucks not to see him or whatever, but now he's divorced from her. And I ran into his wife in Joe's Gathering Place one Monday. She just happened to be in, and they'd always been out of country. And she didn't even recognize me. And I talked with her, and she's a Democrat. They were living in a split household, you know. And
Oh, weird.
so, yeah. But he immediately got married again because he's used to being married and in that swinger lifestyle. And you can't get into parties unless you got a date or a wife. So,
You saying your brother's a swinger?
yeah. Yep.
What does he go to? I hear that there's a lot of swingers at Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, I think there is because I'd go down there for music and I always kind of picked up that way. But
Yeah, I've felt those vibes when I've been down there before.
yep, I'd go to Dog Days and see the Domino Kings and James Clay, and I'd be like, "Whoo, what's going on here?" I always feel that way in Archie's Lounge here too. I like to go see some of my metalhead friends at Archie's every once in a while, but it always gives me a skeezy
Yeah.
vibe.
Did you ever see Identity Crisis when I was playing with them?
I don't think so. I was just looking at one of your latest bands tonight on
Oh, nice.
YouTube, and it sounded pretty good. I can't remember the name of it now.
Is it that JC Square or JC
Gurley,
Squared?
Todd Gurley in it.
Who is it?
That Gurley, the horn player, is he in it?
Oh, that was my first band in town. That's the Midwest Mutts. Cole Gurley was in that
Oh,
one.
okay. Cole
Yeah.
Gurley.
Yep.
Names.
Yeah, me and Mason, the lead singer for that band, we sat on a song that we spent money getting recorded out in a studio in Branson, and we sat on it for like
My
5
friend
years.
Leon got recorded there. Kind of a religious guy with a weird, like, tropical scene through the windows or something.
No, the guy we worked with, I think his name was like Dennis Groves or something. He plays piano sometimes, or he used to at Ernie Biggs. He's a phenomenal piano player and singer, very good producer. He had like this cabin up on this like little hill by the lake. You could kind of see it was a pretty cool spot.
Riggs, the guitar player for Rob Zombie, has a big house and recording studio and racquetball and owns Monster Tattoo down there, and he records a bunch. He was working with that zombie boy when he fell off the wall and died or whatever. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I mean, everything Rob Zombie done is a rip off of what Riggs did, but when he tried to do it on his own, he wasn't very successful. So.
Oh, Riggs was
Now,
in White Zombie.
Rob Zombie, the original, but the whole hellbilly, the dreads, the cowboy hat, all that shit is all Riggs shit. You know, he was like a horror flick nut. And,
yeah.
So, yep. But I didn't even know he was in Spork. You know, I knew of Spork, but I didn't know he'd been in it. And I don't know. He's been in a bunch of different bands, but
yeah, I wasn't aware of him. I just know Rob Zombie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got Monster Tattoo down there, and I had a friend that tattooed down there when they first opened. Well, actually, he was recording up here at Studio 2100, and they were on the lot for like a week, and their old sewer was leaking, and all I did was go and put the screw cap on it. And I thought this guy's going to be a jerk. You know, he's on a big tour bus or whatever, but he's pretty cool. And then I ended up doing some plumbing at his shop in Branson. But he's a Trumper, too. I was there in the protest at
Nice.
At MSU or whatever, and then there he was on the other side of the street.
Oh, no shit. That's awesome. Dude,
yeah, I made the mistake. I was trying to meet another group, and I walked the gauntlet from JQH almost all the way to fucking National by myself with these signs while people are, I mean, I thought somebody really would attack me, but I just kept going.
No, I don't think, like, I don't know. Like, I don't really think, like, even Proud Boys, like, everybody, like, acted like Proud Boys were super scary, but Proud Boys just liked to fight Antifa. Like, they weren't trying to pick fights with, like, normal people.
I don't know. I think everybody I knew years ago, most of them, well, my main rival that was the leader of Mid-City Boot Boys here in town.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. I got to show you this real quick because you're telling me about meeting a famous person. You recognize this person? I met him the other night.
No.
Oh, it's Steve Vai.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him back years ago, and he's long haired and everything. I saw him at I think at a JQH arena. or whatever over there at SMS and McDonald Arena then, or I don't know.
He's at Galois Friday night.
Who was he there with? It was
Joe Satriani.
I was seeing Whitesnake, but he was there with somebody else, I think. Playing. Vandenberg? No, not Vandenberg. I don't know. I saw him there with somebody. Fuck, I've seen so many fucking shows. I mean, I used to go all over into that shit and all the metal in the young days, but yep, I've seen about everybody.
Whitesnake, Alcatraz, the David Lee Roth Band, Bad for Good, Generation Axe. It's been in a few bands.
And then, of course, maybe the Crossroads or whatever. But
yes, right. Yeah, legendary shit. Yeah, he's a legend, dude. He's such a crazy guitar player.
Yep. But now somehow I got into like rockabilly and then met the Domino Kings and on to like country and blues.
Yeah, dude, Clifton is an amazing fucking guitar player.
Yeah, and I think Les is fucking amazing guitar player too. Underrated.
Les is one of my guitar mentors. Like Les taught me so much when I was coming up. Like seriously, like poured into me so much with like guitar playing.
Yeah,
like, influenced me a lot.
He doesn't like to teach or anything though, you know. And like Newman,
dude, it was just from because I used to sit in with the Staggaroos, so it was just like being like them talking shit to me and me being the young guy and just like turn that thing up, Junior, learn how to play the song, like just like fucking around playing with them. And then when you actually hit some shit and they all look at you and they go, "Oh damn, okay, cool. You know, you can keep hanging out." You know, it's like you learn.
Yep.
But like he never like sat down and was like, "This is how you play this lick." You know, he never like gave me like that kind of lesson. But just like being around him, his playing is so good. His playing is so good.
He's not forceful and he's not arrogant. And I don't know. I remember the first time I saw him play, I knew he drum killer, and I'd seen him play acoustic with his girl band. But I was like, "Holy shit!" Newman couldn't go to Oklahoma, and so Brian Capps went on Flat Top. They had a drummer from there, and some of Les's old friends from Oklahoma that are in like radio came out and played. And I was like, this dude is fucking badass. No wonder Richie and Stevie don't want him to play because he's so fucking badass. It'd be great to be that amazing at drums and guitar. It's like, holy shit.
Those are some of the best fucking players in town. Just like Clifton, like Les, Stevie Newman, like yeah, Richie.
Now Bill Pageant being on the drumming scene for Domino Kings, and
I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. Of course, I knew him from Nashville Rebels coming up here from Joplin to play at Oklahoma from Tulsa to come up here. And then another one of the bass players and drummers for Domino Kings, Neil Derrickson, he's from Oklahoma. So I thought their scene was bigger than. Yep. Boy, that backbeat of the Okies, which Bill's really from New York, but he's I think spent the bulk of his years in Oklahoma, and now he's up here. So, but fuck, he's playing with everybody. He's playing with Stag, the Clifton Boone Band, the Widowmakers, and fuck, I don't know who all. Every time,
the fucking Widowmakers.
Yeah. Yep. Well, shit, I probably ought to get off here, but
dude,
I don't know.
This is the longest.
I'll be on again.
Yeah, you're welcome. I would like to. We had another liberal guest on that's it's a dude about my age, named Jake. I'd like to do some kind of debate where it's like maybe you guys could team up and I could get like another guy that's like maybe like an older conservative and we could like do it that way or something. That might be cool.
Well, I had my tablet here and I could have probably looked up some shit, but I don't know. I found out, I guess we got a mutual friend that's a neighbor and he's a libertarian. I don't know if you or consider yourself a libertarian or just a Republican or
I would consider myself a Republican at this rate, but I was libertarian for a very long time.
Josiah is a neighbor of mine out here, and I thought he looked familiar, and he's president of our water board, and then I realized he dated campaigner.
This one right here?
Huh? Yeah.
Josiah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he commented earlier. I think that's when we were talking about the common thread with school shooters, I was trying to remember the classification of drug. SSRIs. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Uh,
funny.
Yeah.
He's been on the
We met.
show.
And then I said to him, like my girlfriend always said, because I was just being funny, but he said he was libertarian. And I said, oh, Republicans that like to smoke pot. But I see you on here firing up, so I know you are too. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
Well,
thought it was funny. But
I'm a Republican. I smoke too much weed. Like, I'll admit it, but I don't drink anymore. I quit drinking at the beginning of the year. So I'm like letting things go slowly. I need to quit smoking cigarettes too. Like, I don't endorse these things, but I am who I am.
I
You know what I'm saying? Oh,
agree, but yeah. And then I went for the drinking after that. But yeah.
damn, you cut out there for a second. Yeah, we'll have you back on, man. This is the longest episode we have done to date on this show. So I've enjoyed the conversation. I appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, maybe
And,
next time we can talk about who is the Kennedy guy. We can talk about him. I had a lot of fun with Gary Johnson and Gary Weld about their failed third party and how people thought they should go ahead and let them debate even though they didn't make the threshold. I'm like, so everybody gets a trophy? Is that what you're saying?
Right,
like-
right. All of a sudden, people on the right want to give out participation trophies. Yeah, I remember Gary Johnson.
Yeah. And I mean, he may have done great in Mexico, but it was obvious that he knew he was never going to be president. He wasn't going to debate. He didn't have any kind of plan or who his cabinet was going to be, what his world policy was going to be. I was like, come on, dude.
I don't think we're not getting a debate this year,
Yeah. Yep. Like I said, they know the numbers and that they have to perform. And it's like, are you just stealing votes or a spoiler? Or I don't know. It's pretty funny that all the Kennedys have a huge picture at the White House with Joe Biden, and all his family's like, yeah, he's a crackpot. So
RFK.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't made heads or tails of him. I go back, I hear him say one thing, and I'm like, oh, cool, and then he'll say something else, and I'm like, that sucks. So
the vaccine information and a lot of that really turned me off. Like I said,
I like that. I like that about him, but he's pro-choice. I think, which I didn't like that, but I liked him on the vaccine stuff. Like he wrote that book, Unmasking Fauci.
Yep, I'm gonna have to say, on that note, that you can't be pro-life and pro-choice. You wanted to kill people. Capital punishment.
Yeah, but
you don't want to kill. You don't want to have abortion, so
okay. Well,
can't have it both ways.
Well, listen, there's nuance there. I want people who are guilty to get what they deserve, while I want people who are innocent and have done nothing to be preserved.
Yeah,
that's
so
the
many
difference
people
there.
that end up serving a lot in prison and weren't guilty after all, or DNA. Mainly black people. DNA frees them later, But it's like,
I think that
30 years in prison.
I don't think that happens as much as it used to, because their DNA evidence is a somewhat new technology in the scope of like law and order.
Yeah.
So that helps. That helps make sure we got who we're looking for,
And I'm not saying that I have to think of the fucker here locally that friends of mine played in bands with him, Craig, that killed Haley Owens, Craig Woods. Yeah, at the point that girl's cut up and dismembered in his basement, And
did you say that you knew him, Craig Wood?
Yeah, I knew his brother Ziggy Marley hung around a bunch of punk rockers. People I know played with him, and Uncle Fudd. His mom and Haley Owens' mom knew each other and had partied together. It's probably some sick, fucking weird shit.
Oh, damn.
It's like I say, when people let their kids go over to Michael Jackson's house, like Macaulay Culkin. It's like, what did you sell your kid, or what part of this did you think was good? Or
We were just talking
don't know.
about this story because this came up in the news, the local news recently, right? Because they're trying
Yeah,
they're trying
yeah,
to
he's
come
been
up
on
with enough.
trial again. So he was on mug shots and trying to get the death penalty thrown out. And
Dude, I'm
uh,
sorry, but they ought to just hang that motherfucker in the public square for everybody to see. Like, I swear,
we
like,
are wasting we are wasting a lot of money on him and stuff. But we would waste money on him, keeping him in prison for life. I don't know. You know, I I just wish the guy that tried chasing him down in the car wouldn't have lost him. And it's weird. He was in his dad's truck, so they went to his dad's address, and he said, like, my son's got it. He went to the laundromat up there by Brown Derby Central or where it was, and washed all the bedding, and then, like I said, probably freaked out knowing they were looking for him at some point and dismembered her and put her in that tote. But there was this guy that hung out in my friend had a t-shirt shop and embroidery place, and this guy did oh he's a guide for like people that go to Mount Everest and all this adventure shit.
Hmm.
But he's the lead investigator for the Highway Patrol. Well, my friend Neil Derrickson that was in the Domino Kings, his wife had just died of cancer. And that
damn.
morning, while I was listening to him say he was singing his wife Blister in the Sun while she died. And then they came on and they said Haley Owens was dead. And I was just like, fuck, this world sucks. And then this investigator keeps talking about the Haley Owens thing, the things they knew they'd find. They would knew that he had done it shit before and had have tapes. And I just told him, dude, shut the fuck up. I said, I don't even think you're supposed to be talking about this shit with your job. This is when it's going on. Like we were doing shirts
Yeah.
for her to sell at like a rally ride remembrance thing. And I was like, it's just too much. I was like, shut the fuck up. And he wouldn't. He just kept going, and I was like, I've lived, and that's what I was saying earlier with my mom working with sex offenders. I was like, I've lived with all these horror stories my whole fucking life. And, I don't need to know it. I just
Dude,
don't.
it's not for everybody, but it's like we need people to get to the bottom of that shit and
Yeah.
to figure out what the truth is, because it's like the fucking sickest thing that can happen. Like it's such a disgusting, terrible crime.
And then when I told you I was feeding out at the Fairview across from the fucking fairgrounds, fucking Haley Owens' mom was out there. She's on drugs. She's fucking got another girl about the same age. Who knows what they're getting exposed to out there. And then not long after that, I'm watching the news. Her fucking boyfriend gets executed at a trailer park, I think in front of her, something over drugs. And I'm like, this is just fucked up. Why is she still out there? Why is she allowed to have children? I don't think she really was.
Right.
But that kid is up at Fairview. That's like the worst. I mean, they'd be dealing drugs right next to the fucking trailer where I'm feeding people, not even trying to hide it. I had a
Wow.
guy like pulling up with like a badass Harley and all these swastikas and flames, people in BMWs just slinging the shit right there in daylight, and I was like, and here's this bitch that,
Exposing
probably
this her daughter to this
exposed it
shit.
to her daughter, another daughter. It's like, fuck.
Yeah,
And that's what I said about my mom. She said, I don't believe in abortion, but I believe that some people do not belong having fucking kids, and they would be better off not to be born than to go through this. Like I said, my mom was not a
that's a
monster or a
slippery
horrible
slope.
person.
Well, bro, you're fucking, about Margaret Sanger, right?
No.
Okay, so Margaret Sanger was one of the original founders of Planned Parenthood.
Mhm.
I can pull up a picture of her for you, but she was into eugenics, and a big part of her plan with it was to curb the population of blacks. So it started out as kind of like an operation to keep like
You
the
mean where
gene.
they ended up like sterilizing people, you mean? Maybe I've heard this.
Well, Margaret
Like
Sanger, they well, it's interesting because the legacy is still because like disproportionately a lot of black women have abortions, like a lot of abortions, and Margaret Sanger intentionally wanted to put these centers in black neighborhoods because this was during segregation still, so that the African American population wouldn't reproduce.
Well, I think they told some people they were going to perform an abortion when they did like tube ties and shit like that. Seems like I remember something about that where they were definitely like, well, like China, they would limit how many children you could have. And then now they're begging for people supposedly to have kids here, and why are we aborting these kids? Somebody will take them. But
Right. Yeah, no,
I
I
was
think
out of a deal. Uh, I think where Great Wall of China or something used to be, and Ted Cruz was out there. And I went out. Well, I got there too late, and he was already there. And I was with like a guy that used to be a Republican and now went over to a Democrat that was running for governor or something here. I can't remember. But anyway, and he had a flag. And at first, I thought his wife was fucking with him because she had a big flag and he had these signs. And it was like, no, we're taking the symbol back, or whatever. But this woman pulled up and was going on about, abortion, this, that, and the other. And I said, how many kids have you adopted? Or do you have any kids? And she said, well, I haven't. And I'm like, well, why not? It's like, I just get tired of hearing it.
yeah.
I mean, I know people that adopted a bunch of kids and raised a bunch of kids, and then they felt like they needed to give some people a home. And then when they finally got a home, then they let them go, or whatever. They just fostered them. But my brother's 2 kids, his white mother, black fathers, both fathers like would show up and try to be in their lives and stuff. The mother actually had to be let out of Greene County Jail to have the second one, and they were both, drug dependent. And they've turned out all right, but the boy is super hyper, and you'd have to like, my brother tries to wear him down by running or working out or whatever, but they come out pretty good through it, but that's not everybody's case, Like I said, I really don't think anybody believes in abortion. I just don't want to tell people that if you've been raped or something like that, you're going to have to carry this baby,
That's one of the
Never
biggest.
had anything like that happen to me.
Yeah, well, you can't carry a baby, but I must say, since you brought it up, the rape and incest abortions account for like less than a percentile of all abortions. Most abortions are adult women who have unprotected sex on a date or when they go out and become pregnant. But it's like it's like fucking, you did that. They could have decided to not catch a dick in their box. Like, I mean, that's fucking 95% of pregnancies are because 2 consenting adults had sex and somebody.
And I've done it. And I guess I was just lucky that it never happened. I threw caution to the wind, and not a real smart decision.
My whole argument with this is like, we're all adults here. If you can have unprotected sex and you think you're grown up enough to do that, be prepared to deal with the consequences if you get unintentionally pregnant or get somebody pregnant. Like, it's just, that's how it goes. If you're not ready to like flip on a dime, don't go and have unprotected sex. That as simple as that.
I knew one girl I met here from New York, and she slept with everybody that had a tattoo or had been in a band, and she had a picture of an aborted fetus on her, and said, my doctor thinks abortion doctor thinks I'm cute, and I was like, dude, do you need a hug? Did your parents not love you? And
yeah, that's
she
fucking
got
disgusting.
on like she's in Florida, and she got on like The Real World, and she had a bunch of abortions, but she was always sad that like somebody fucked her and then really didn't want to have a relationship with her. And a friend of mine's dad was Catholic, and he told me one time, he said, if you start in the middle, there's no beginning. And I'm not super aggressive, but I've had girls just throw it down, and I'm like, why would they think there would be a callback or anything? There was no challenge. There was no, I don't know.
Yes. It's it's modernity, man. Like my experience dating has been exactly like that. Like if I'm compatible with a woman, like I feel like we always end up having sex on the first date. Like that, the majority of my relationships has been with somebody I had sex with on the first date, and I'm ashamed to admit that, but that's kind of how dating works now. Like, and it makes it shitty. It makes it hard to have a long-term relationship because it makes you less interested. There's less to look forward to. You know, you fucking she gave it up to you right away. Obviously, she's done that to other people too. You know, like it's like a whole thing. But I'm culpable too because I could not. But if I'm allowed to, then I'm probably gonna like you know.
Yep. It's kind of hard to say no when she's ready to go.
Yeah,
Late at
dude.
night, she knocks on my door.
I tell
Yep.
you what.
I've had some long relationships of booty calls that went on for like 5 years. But they're always like, why didn't we date? I said, I don't know. I guess I didn't want to. I didn't think he wanted to. I don't know. I don't fucking run you down and say, hey, are you seeing other people or act jealous? I think some people, they are so fucked up that they think if you don't like stalk them or try to get their every mood that you don't love them. I was like, you've gotten confused somewhere. That's not what love's about. I said, I'm going to trust you till you give me a reason not to, So I've been on both sides of it. I've screwed
Yeah.
around on people and had people do it to me, so.
I'm trying to figure it out. Like I said, I still got a little bit of time because I'm like 20. I'm going to be 27 at the beginning of next month. So I figure
You're a man. You got all the time in the world. You could try her, but the women, at 40, it's not really safe after that. So
it's like
you like women around your age, huh?
It's like 35, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I've known some people that had some late pregnancy, and not only are they going to be super old parents, it's just kind of risky at that point, to be a mother at that age. But well, Jacob, it's good to get on and talk with you.
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you again for coming on. Everybody, thank you for watching.
All right.
Till next time.
Talk to you later. Bye.